All right, if you guys would like, I'm gonna have you, we're gonna hold off on doing the homework if you did it, if you learned your one fun fact. We're gonna make sure we're okay for time. So if you wanna all introduce yourselves to our new staff members as you come in, that's great. And then once everyone's here, I'll have them introduce themselves to you guys. So feel free to just start.
Hello, my name is Eli. Are all the presenters here yet?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
Joe and Louise, and they'll introduce themselves when they.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Eli. I am participating in the AmeriCorps Victim Assistance Program this year, and I'm going to be up in the Rochester office.
Hi, my name is Nora. I will be a master's level intern this year.
Hi, my name's Erin and I'm a volunteer.
Hi, my name is Bree and I'm an undergrad intern and I'll be working with Louise. Sorry.
I'm Amy. I'm a first year AVAP. I will also be working with Louise in admin.
We're just so you guys know, introducing yourselves as you come in.
My name's Erin and I'm a volunteer.
I'm Patricia and I'm a volunteer.
I'm Olivia. I'm an undergrad intern in client services and I'm working with Louise.
Hi, I'm Kristen. I'm a volunteer.
I'm Katie, and I'm a first year AVAP, and I'm going to be working in the Portsmouth Haven.
Hello, I'm Kelly, and I'm going to be an intern in client services.
And I think we're waiting on quite a few more people.
You got 6 more coming, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is, Tracy.
Hi, Tracy. I'm having you guys introduce yourselves as you come in again.
Good morning. I'm Tracy. I am a first year AVAP who will be serving out of Haven in Portsmouth. Are we doing the whole?
Not yet. We're gonna wait on this. We're
Go
gonna
ahead.
wait on that for time's sake and see how we're doing with time, and we'll do that at some point when we have a chance.
Good. I don't know if I can think of anything more interesting to say about myself.
Waiting for one.
Can I ask a quick question while it's quiet?
Yeah.
All these papers that I have in my little paws that you gave me, when do you need these back? Do you need me to bring them in?
Yeah, I would bring them into Erin.
Okay.
Because Erin's your supervisor, correct?
Right. I was not able to really clearly determine which one needed a notary and which one did not.
So the two that need the notary are, that's a great question, are the criminal background check and the DMV background check. Those are the two.
Super. Thank you.
Yeah. Adrian. Oh my gosh, I kept writing 9/19 and it's the 20th. Morning, Adrian. I'm having everybody introduce themselves as you come in. Adrian and Kate, you just joined us too. Did I miss anybody else coming in?
No.
All right.
Hi there, I'm Adrian. I'm a volunteer.
Hi, I'm Kate. I'm doing my internship for the master's program at UNH.
Great. So we're waiting on Haley and Anne. Text both of them. Oh, is Brittany here yet?
No.
Oh, she just texted me. She's going to be a couple minutes late. She's having problems with her internet. All right. Anne, and then is Haley the other person?
On that note, Kyla,
yes.
Brittany and I were paired up for the role plays,
Uh-huh.
but we didn't get to them yet because she was like flying or something this weekend. So like our timelines just didn't match up.
Okay, that's fine. As long as we could, if you haven't had a chance to do them this weekend, that's fine. I knew it was kind of like, if they don't have schedules that meet up, it might be a little harder. But if you could at least make an attempt to get them done before Tuesday too, just for the practice. And I can go over with you guys because I do want you to practice how you will make the calls. Like once the hotline calls, once the service calls you and gives you the information, I do want you to practice that *67 and then dialing the number and practice blocking your number just so that it kind of becomes habit. So I'll go over that with everybody at the end and we can make that your homework because I was pretty certain not everybody would get it done. So we can, if you haven't gotten it done, we'll just push it out till Tuesday, if that sounds good. All right. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to let Kate see, I think you're my partner. I didn't contact you yesterday only because yesterday was my only day off in the past week and a half. So I was tired.
All right, I think Brittany is the only, Brittany and, Haley. And who else did I say? Oh, and no, Anne's here. All right, hi Anne. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Anne and I'm a volunteer. And I didn't get to call my partner.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll push it off and you guys can, I'd still like it to be done. But as long as you can do it by Tuesday, that's fine. Forgot to change my name. All right, so if our new staff members would like to introduce themselves, I know we're waiting for Brittany. She's having some internet problems. And also Haley, but I will message Haley while Joe and Louise introduce themselves.
You go first, Louise.
Me go first. Okay. Okay, hi. So I'm Louise. I am the Epping site coordinator. I also handle most of pretty much all of the court stuff. So if you have questions about court, about scheduling for court, I would be the person to go to. I also run the jail group, which is the therapeutic community at the county corrections facility. And yeah, that's pretty much me. Your turn, Joe.
Okay. Hi, I'm Joe G. I'm the Portsmouth site coordinator. Been with Haven for 2 years. Started out as a night and weekend volunteer. So those of you who are volunteering nights and weekends, I know what you're feeling. And let's see, what else do I do? I also do the data entry of all of those contact logs. So you'll hear more about those. And some tech support, and also coordinate a few of the support groups when I'm not busy doing all those other things. So nice to meet everyone.
Well, thank you guys for being here today. Thank you guys all for coming on this lovely Sunday morning. I'm looking out my window and thinking, boy, what a perfect fall day. So I hope you had a good Saturday, and I hope you were able to take good care of yourselves and do something fun. So with that, let's all take a deep breath in and out, and we can get started. So I know Joe's going to share her screen.
Oh, I thought we were doing the introduction. Each person introduced their partner first.
No, because not everybody had a chance to catch up with their partner yet. So
Okay.
I'm gonna push that off until Tuesday.
Okay, gotcha.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I mean, if you'd like a fun fact from everybody, you know.
Nope. No, all good. All good.
Right.
Sorry, I didn't realize when people were talking about not having a chance to talk to their partner, I didn't realize that was the thing that they didn't get a chance to do. Alrighty, awesome. So welcome everybody. Happy Sunday morning. Let's try that again. People can. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Joe.
Early.
Yeah. It's too early, Anne said.
I know, it's Sunday. Some of you haven't coffee yet. It's okay. I just want to say how amazing all of you beautiful human beings are for coming to support Haven and the work we do for the amazing clients that we have. So whether you're a volunteer, an AVAP, an intern, please know that I think you're amazing and wonderful. So I'm sharing my screen. Is there anyone who cannot see my screen? If you can't see my screen, you should be seeing a beautiful PowerPoint slide with two hands holding a rock that says the word hope on it. If you can't see that, please unmute yourself and tell me. All right, silence means that we are a go.
Silence is golden.
Silence is golden, yes.
And Megan is on here. Megan is joining us like a little bit before lunch. She'll be logging on then, and then she'll be with us the rest of the afternoon.
Fabulous. Okay, so here's our agenda for the day. So we're going to talk about safety planning, protective orders, and then you get a little break, police and criminal justice system scenarios, CACs, and then you get some lunch and lab calls, victim comp, hospital calls, scenarios, role plays. Is that enough for one day? I think so. That'll keep you busy. But anyway, so a lot of information. Just do the best you can to absorb. We're going to do scenarios and role plays and exercises as we go along. So there'll be opportunities to practice and absorb, practice the information as you absorb it. So safety planning. So when I say the word safety planning, what comes to mind? Can anyone feel like unmuting themselves and telling me what they think of when they hear the word safety planning?
So I'm actually thinking of something that I learned when I was a kid, like with fire prevention, that like you and your family like talk about a place that you are going to meet in case of a fire.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like I've been reading about all of the safety planning stuff, but it's like that. It's like a known thing just in case. Yeah.
Just in case. Yes. Beautiful, beautiful, wonderful. So thank you for sharing that. That's a fabulous analogy, and in fact, that's one of the best analogies that we make in talking about safety planning. It's so that you have a plan, you have an idea of what to do when a situation arises. So in the context of safety planning for domestic violence, stalking, sexual assault survivors, a few things to keep in mind. So a lot of words on this slide. I'm kind of going to go from left to right. So you're assessing the risk factors. So different stages of the relationship, unique barriers to safety. Each client that you work with is going to have their own unique kind of aspects to their situation. So no one size fits all, no one cookie cutter answer does it for everybody, but there are some common things to think about and some common questions to ask as you're working with clients. Ongoing, oftentimes it's an ongoing thing, not always a one and done. Circumstances change. The abuser's behavior might escalate, variety of reasons why, but could be an ongoing thing. It's meant to be collaborative between the victim and you, the advocate, as well as their friends, their family, other professionals. So please know that it's not all on you to come up with a comprehensive solution. This is a collaborative process, and there are multiple people in the client survivors' lives who can play a role in this. Survivor-driven, they know their situation best. You're going to hear that phrase a lot, and because it's extremely important. So please remember it. They know their situation best. So when you're talking about safety planning with a client, keep that in mind. Reducing harm versus eliminating harm. That's just being realistic. We don't have a magic wand. We can't completely eliminate it, but we can share some ideas, brainstorm with the survivor to reduce the chances. Emotionally difficult. So this is not easy. It can be emotionally challenging. It's an emotionally challenging topic to talk about and to think about. The potential for harm and for and things that one can do to help protect themselves. So part of your role as the advocate is to provide space for that process. And it can be an informal brainstorm. It doesn't necessarily have to be a big formal plan. It's talking about things, just like Adrienne said, talking about, for example, where she said her example was as a family, where can we meet if the house is on fire? We get out of the house and we all get to this one spot. So those are many of the aspects to this. Before I move on to the next slide, why do you think this is important? This is an important topic, by the way. All the topics are important, but this one particularly so. And why? Can someone unmute themselves and tell me why they think it's important?
So that when they're in crisis mode, they have something that they can turn to without spending a lot of extra time worrying about it.
Yes. You guys, Kyla, they met with Linda last time, didn't they?
Yeah.
Linda Douglas.
Was with us on Thursday. Yep.
Love her. And you heard all about the effects of trauma on the brain. So that is one of the biggest factors, because the traumatic stress response impacts the executive functioning of the brain. So when you're in the middle of the trauma, is that a great time to make a decision? Probably not. So the more that you can think about these things, the what if scenarios, before you get into the traumatic situation, just like Adrienne's example with if the house catches on fire, the better off you'll be. So enhance the victim's safety in moments of crisis, similar to the fire drill, there it is, and emergency response training, so that when something serious happens, you have a go-to plan. And bear in mind, the victim survivor may not have thought of quote unquote common sense ideas because they're in the middle of a stressful situation. So you as the advocate, you're being in a safe situation yourself, you may think of something that may not seem so common sense to the person that you're talking to. And so that's where that brainstorm comes in of coming up with some ideas of what about this, or could you try that? And prepare for the abuser's unpredictable behavior. So what if scenarios, okay? Any questions so far? I know I'm kind of talking a little fast, but and I know I can't see everybody all at the same time. So, but I think Kyla has.
I just wanted to mention that I think it's also important because a survivor also just has that safety net in the back of their head, so that during times when they're not needing their safety planning, they can feel a little more protected, like they have that safety net there for them.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so in case it hasn't come across already, victim-centered approach. Remember that the victim has been surviving a dangerous situation. So acknowledging these strengths can be a very powerful thing that you can say and bring to the conversation. Acknowledging that to the survivor that you're working with. It reminds them of how strong they are, and reminding them of that can help them feel confident in the steps that they're going to take going forward, and helps build their confidence to trust in their own instincts. They know their situation best. I said it before, I'll say it again. You'll hear it multiple times. But this is where you can ask them some questions, and there's some good, there's a couple of good questions here. There's more on following slides. Important to meet the victim where they're at, and understand that, just tuck in the back of your mind, if they're in an abusive situation and they haven't left, leaving is not always the safest option. And it's not always the safest option at the particular moment in which you're talking with them. So meet them where, the phrase we like to use is meet them where they're at. And subsequent slides will go into more detail on that, techniques for that. And just be aware of minimizing. Because everybody's situation is different and everybody's brain is different, what looks severe to one person may not be severe to another. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Okay. Questions to OT planning conversation. So earlier I said it could be a brainstorm. It can be an informal brainstorm. So here's some questions to get you started. What are some most pressing safety concerns? May sound like a silly question, but remember, everybody's situation is different. They may have one person, what's important or what's pressing for one survivor might be completely different than for another. When have you felt safe before? This is a great one to ask because it gets them thinking about their feelings, and it helps them to remember when they felt safe and to see the difference between the previous situation they're currently in, and helps give them, may jog their memory and give them some ideas of how they can get back to feeling safe from where they are right now. What actions have increased your safety in the past? similar vein? And who can help you feel safe or who has been supportive in the past? You may remember a couple of slides ago, the word collaborative came up. So it isn't just the survivor. It isn't just the survivor and you. It can be a whole bunch of people in their lives. And the more people that they have, the more that they can draw upon their support network, the better. Because you know what? You're a voice on the other end of the phone for a very small portion of their day, their week. The other people in their lives, the people that love them, the people that are closest to them, those people are around them way more often than you are. And it helps. So if they can draw upon, if they have a support network, or if they don't have one, if they can start building one, that's going to be powerful. And that's going to be more sustainable for a long-term situation. Let me pause there and ask any questions about these questions. Do you notice, are they open-ended questions or closed-ended questions? Anybody?
Open.
Open, yes. Very good. Because you get a lot of meaty conversation out of open-ended questions versus closed-ended questions. Okay. How are we doing on time here? Okay.
We're doing pretty well, I think. Yeah.
All right.
I have a timer set for you, Joe. So at 9:45, I'll say time, Joe.
Fabulous. Thank you. Okay. So imminent danger. So if you're talking to a survivor who is potentially in an imminent danger situation right now, right when you're talking to them, there's some things that you can talk about. First of all, ask them, if it isn't already obvious, are you safe right now? And that's a great question to ask just about anybody, because what you'll experience, and what you'll sometimes experience is you'll get a call from a survivor and they're talking about, oh, there's this and that, and they're very wrapped up in their emotions in the moment. Let me just ask you, are you safe right now? And then they'll pause. And if they say yes, okay, then you know where you can take the conversation from there. If they say no, all right, well, then let's deal with that first, okay? If not, tell them call 911. Again, might sound like common sense, but for someone who's in the middle of trauma, who's in the middle of a crisis, they may not be thinking as clearly as you. So you can suggest that, call 911. You can also offer to call 911 for them. It's more empowering if they call for themselves, but there might be a situation where they can't, particularly, if they just are not medically, if they've been injured and they can't. So is there somewhere you can go? Neighbor's house, police station. Think of help them brainstorm where they can go to get away from the situation that they're in, to be around other people where there's less risk of something further happening. Remember, I said we can't eliminate risk, but we can help to mitigate it. Ooh, here's a good one. Do you know where your car keys are? Yeah. If they're in the home with an abuser, where are your car keys? So that they can get to them and get into the car and drive away. Where are your children? That's a huge one for someone who has children. I've worked with survivors talking about safety planning where they were more worried about their children than they were worried about themselves. And if you have children, you might relate to that. And if you can help the survivor come up with a plan for the children are taken care of, then they can start to process what to do for themselves. Can you get near an exit? Okay. So some places in the home, if they say they're in the home with an abuser, some places in the home are, more conducive to being able to get out and get some space. After a violent incident, do you need medical attention? I clicked twice, so two things came up. Do you need medical attention? That's one of the most powerful questions you can ask. Alongside with, are you safe right now? No, somebody just hurt me. Okay, do you need medical attention? Again, sounds like common sense, but for someone who's in the middle of trauma, who may be experiencing shock, they may not realize it. So, do you want to call the police? Great way of phrasing it. Do you want to call the police? Because not everybody is comfortable calling the police. Not everyone has had positive experiences with the police. Some people have, some people haven't. So phrasing it, do you want to call? Do you want to call? Empowers them and recognizes that not everybody's situation is the same and that they know their situation best. Where is the abuser right now? Is the abuser in the same house, in the other room? Or is the abuser left the house, for example? Another hour, or is the abuser in the next room? I once took a call 2 o'clock in the morning. Sorry, my internet.
You're not frozen for me anymore, Joe.
Okay, I'm back on. Thank you. That helps me.
I was like,
okay, great. I was kind of pausing I was pausing my story to be able to get that feedback from you before story. Took a call from on the hotline at 2 o'clock in the morning from a female survivor that had just gotten beaten up by the drunk boyfriend. She had locked herself and the baby in the bedroom. He was still in the house. So relevant information for planning what she could do to keep herself safe in the next few hours. Okay. Do you feel safe staying where you are? Is there somewhere you can go, or can someone come over? In the case of that caller that I just described, she was safer staying inside the locked bedroom than leaving the locked bedroom because she would have to pass by him to get out of the house to go somewhere. So where we ended up with that conversation was that she was going to stay in the bedroom locked inside until he fell asleep, because that was his pattern of drinking, and that he would eventually drink himself into falling asleep, and then she would leave. Okay. Notice the phrasing, do you want? Okay, empowers them. Not everybody's going to want to get a protective order. Not everybody's going to think of it, but some people will. And for many people, it's a powerful tool. Okay. Staying in the relationship. You may recall me saying a little while ago that leaving is not always the safest option, leaving the relationship, for example. And that's a really tough, as an advocate, that's a really tough one to reconcile emotionally in your heart the first few times you work with someone. But I'm going to trust that you'll recall from somewhere in this training, and Kyla, you can correct me if this isn't part of the current curriculum, but please, if it is, assuming it is, recall that cycle of abuse and that circle, and that it takes on an average 7 times around that circle before someone gets up the courage and is resolute enough to leave. So you're going to be working with people who are all across the board in terms of where they are in their situation and where they are in that circle and where they are in their lives. So some of the folks that you're going to be working with have not yet left. So in that instance, here's some more good questions. Here's some questions that are very good for that kind of situation. Ask them, have you told anyone? Do you have a list of important numbers handy? What about using a code word with people you live with? That's a great one with kids. Or say with a trusted family member that they can call on the phone and say the code word, and then the family member knows, something's wrong, and then come over. Are there triggers that seem to cause your abuser to lash out? Oh boy, let me tell you, if the survivor's been in this situation for very long, they know what the triggers are. So asking that question prompts that memory, oh yes, this is what happens. So then they can remember what the triggers are, and they can do their best to circumnavigate those. And flip side of that, ways to help de-escalate those triggers. Where can you go if things escalate, and what is the best way to get to that place? And if you think of it, what's more than one way to get there? Because abusers can be very crafty. Sometimes they grab the car keys. Okay, well, yes, option one is you're gonna get to your car keys first and get in the car and drive away. What if you don't have the car keys? Okay. Any questions so far? Any reactions? Any of these? Any reactions to these last few slides? Or any possible questions that surprised you? Nope. Okay. Planning to leave. This is another phase of that circle, maybe not of the circle, a phase in a relationship that you will likely encounter. And so this is an important time. Because leaving and right at it, the act of leaving and period right after they've left is one of the more dangerous, or two of the more dangerous periods. So planning it can help it be successful. Pack a bag, oftentimes called a go bag. Important things: medications, documents, clothes, emergency money. You don't want to be halfway down the street, having gotten away, and then realize, oh crap, I have this life, my life depends on this medication, and I left it back at that house. So can you start saving money and open a secret bank account? I know some of this starts to sound a little like a spy novel here and things, but incredibly powerful, incredibly empowering for the survivor if they have access to their own money. Is there someone you can stay with while you find a place to live? Also incredibly powerful, because you know what? If they have a safe place to stay, then they're going to be less tempted to go back. Versus they leave, they have nowhere to go, they have no one to stay with, there's no rooms available at the homeless shelter or at our shelter, and they're living on the street. Well, someone in that situation, not very surprising that they go back. Is there a way you can apply for housing or welfare? That tends to be a little bit more down the road, but bear in mind, for someone who's eligible for those programs, getting accepted into those programs takes a long time. When I say a long time, I mean it can take weeks or months. It's not the sort of thing that just happens overnight. So if they can apply for it and get into the queue, while they're exploring their options and getting up the gumption to go, then they've got a head start. And have you thought about getting a protective order? Again, we'll talk more about protective orders in the next little unit here, but it's a seed that you can plant. Is your partner suspicious that you're planning to leave? Because that might inform how you, part of the plan and ways in which the survivor could behave. And are there ways that you could leave without concerning them? And again, every person's situation is different. It could be anywhere from, oh yeah, they know that I typically go visit, my family every October. That's a typical thing, or, oh yeah, my family, I always go see my family at Thanksgiving. Okay, well then that's a time when they're already expecting you to leave. So you could go, what if you went to go, told the abuser that you're going to visit your family, and you go and you. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Can somebody apply for housing or welfare before they've left, while they're still in the abusive home? Can they start that? Like if it takes weeks or months to be rehoused, or can they actually apply and in while they're still living at home?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
The qualifications are economically based, and so they could apply. I'm not a housing specialist, but I'm gonna answer your question with what I know, and then I'm gonna virtually look over at Kyla and Louise and see if they have a different perspective. But my understanding of the process is that it's based on your income, and so they could apply based on their own individual income, and with the vision of what their life is going to look like after they leave this abusive relationship. Kyla, Louise, do you have any experience that's different?
Yeah, they can always apply. It does not hurt. I do think they might run into problems, like if they're insistent that they claim their partner or spouse's income on the application, they can run into problems that way, but they can always apply and always try and always start the process.
Okay.
All right. After leaving, so this is the most dangerous time. So good question, more questions to ask. Does your abuser know where you're staying? If they're staying in the home, did they have access to the keys? Have you changed the locks? If you have a protective order, do you have copies in various locations? Very, very, very important. Do people know that you've left? That your abuser should not know where you are or be contacting you? Remember earlier I talked about that support network. Other people in their lives. The better support network they have, the better their chances of getting through this difficult time. Are you concerned that they're following you, tracking you? Can you change your routine? That's a particularly powerful one, because when you're living with an abuser, they know what your routine is. Half the time they control what that routine is. They know which church you go to. They know which grocery store you go to. They know, where the kids go to school. So can you go to a different grocery store? Can you take a different route to work? Just get creative with some things to get a stronger sense of security, again, to mitigate risk. And do you think you might need a DV, domestic violence, or stalking order? Again, do you think empowers them? And last but not least, emotional safety planning.
Sorry, just another question there on that side. Why would you need to have your safety order in why would you need several copies of it?
Great question. Okay, so for a variety of reasons. One is if you only had one copy and you left it in the home with the abuser and then fled, then that would not be good. So So say you have it, if you had a copy at your mom's house or your friend's house or your neighbor's house, and if you accidentally leave it behind or lose it or it gets taken away from you, and if you have extra copies in other extra places, then it's not, it's not life-threatening that the abuser took it or you lost it. You also want to have a copy to give to the kid's school in case, say you've got kids, and so you want to give one to the kid's school so that the school doesn't let the abuser onto the property or having contact with the kids outside of the school. You want to give one to your employer because they're, so that the abuser doesn't come onto your onto the property of your place of employment. And you can also give one to your other family members. Say your mother lives in the next town over, you're going to go stay with them, or whether you are or you aren't, your mother lives the next town over and the abuser knows where your mother lives. Good chance that they can drive over to your mother's house looking for you.
So it's just not enough to tell people that you have a protective order. You actually have to show them if you want it enforced.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they tell you when you get it to keep a copy on you at all times.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Yes. Great question. Thank you.
Can I just add though that every police system can go into their computer system and look up one. So if the police are called and you don't have it, it's not a huge issue. It's just recommended that you keep a copy, but they can look that up because it does get logged into the system.
Excellent.
So
Thank
can
you,
they
Louise.
email it to you too, so that you can email it to your friends and family?
You could scan it and
Right, but it wasn't
scan
sure if they just provided it that way. But you
I
can.
know they usually
mail
you
it.
usually get like a physical copy of it. Yeah. Joe, time.
Yep,
Just so you know.
All right. Thank you. Okay, real quick, emotional safety planning. Why is that important? Because there are a lot of emotions involved in this. So if you can, in your conversation with the survivor, if you can help them come up with some ways to address their emotions, to process their emotions, then they will be better at dealing with the overall situation. So what's their support system like? How can they take care of themselves? What can they do to recharge? Have they eaten? Have they slept? Okay. Goals for the future. That's a huge one because it helps to create a sense of confidence and hope, a vision that the situation they're in right now, that it won't always be that way. Better days are coming and they will get to those better days. Okay. Discussion scenario. All right, so now let's put it all together. You heard me talk, so now's your time to talk. I'm going to read it, and while I'm reading, if you could please unmute yourselves, and as one big group, we're going to brainstorm this, okay? So Anne calls the hotline, explains that she broke up with her abusive partner a few weeks ago, but lately has been driving slowly by her apartment and she has seen his car in the parking lot at work. He has also been leaving threatening voicemails. He has a history of physical violence, including strangulation. Anne shares that anytime she has called the police, they hold him for the night, but release him the next day. She feels afraid and like no one is able to help her and her 2 children. So, what questions could you ask Anne?
Could you stay with family or friends for a little while?
Yes. Mm-hmm. What's another one?
Have you considered getting a protective order?
Yes.
Murder?
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
Do you change the keys for your house?
Ooh, good one. Yes, because she broke up with him. And I bet you, but a lot of times people give their intimate partner a key to their apartment.
Mm-hmm. And we do have a program currently that can help people do that, by the way.
Yes.
Get locks changed. So if that comes up, definitely call daytime staff.
She says please voicemail, so you could ask her, could she change her phone number?
Ooh, yes.
Or could she block him?
Absolutely.
I would also ask if she has security at her work. A lot of companies have security. If somebody could walk her to her car.
Fabulous. Love that. Yes, I used to work at the meter plant in Somersworth, and there was a security guard shack right at the entrance to the property, and they were wonderful security people who would have done that if only for anyone who would have asked. Excellent.
Have you shared this with have you shared this with anybody? Have you shared your concerns with any friends or family?
Yep. Good one.
Yeah, I might just, consider asking too, if she would consider like keeping a log of kind of everything that he's been doing.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Because that can be helpful in communicating with the police, communicating if there's a if there's a criminal process associated with this, or in justifying a protective order if she does get one, if she doesn't already have one and decides to get one.
Even those voicemails and pictures, taking pictures of him driving by too, would be additions to those laws.
Excellent. You guys are so good. Oh, God.
I know, I told you so.
Man, you guys are awesome. All right, number 2, slightly different situation. So let's unpack this one. Natalie calls the hotline and shares that a few hours earlier, her live-in girlfriend beat her up and took her car keys with her when she left for work. As Natalie continues explaining what happened, she tells you that she just pulled into the driveway and she's very afraid of what she might do. So, what kinds of questions would you ask? Or options or ideas?
Is there a safe place in the house or apartment that you can go to?
Yes.
Is there a back way out?
Yes.
And does she need medical attention because she said her girlfriend beat her up? So maybe medical attention.
Yes.
Does she feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes.
Do you have a friend or something? Do you have anybody else that you can call, or you could ask somebody to come over, or someplace you could go?
Yes.
I would ask if she could go to the neighbors just for the time being, just so that until the danger is past.
Yes.
I'm sure any decent-minded neighbor wouldn't mind sheltering somebody for a few minutes until the danger is past.
Very well put. Very well put. Yes. So I'm glad you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Would she feel comfortable calling the police?
Yes.
Had gotten beat up.
Yeah.
Good. All good things. I want to circle back. So thank you all for all of those ideas. I want to say just one thing quick about what Katie said about the neighbor, because sometimes people, when you're working with a survivor, sometimes they don't want to tell the neighbor. Not everybody has positive relationships with their neighbors, but if they do, if they can build a positive relationship, or if they do feel comfortable, that next door neighbor or the very close by neighbor, that is an incredibly powerful resource and an incredibly useful person in their support network, because they are physically close by. So in a situation like this, if she could go out the back door, go to the neighbor's house for a little while until things cool down, that could be life-saving. And there are a lot of great neighbors out there who would be willing to do that. All right, we got a couple more. So keeping moving, Katie calls the hotline, begins to tell you about her husband's violent behaviors. She feels like at this point it would be impossible to leave because he insists on driving her everywhere she needs to go and controls any free time she has. We hear this a lot, by the way. She doesn't have any money, does not have very many social connections. Again, we hear that a lot, by the way, too. She may want to leave in the future, but right now it does not seem plausible, and she's worried about his violent outbreaks. So you remember earlier I said 7 times around that circle, and some of the folks that you're going to work with, it may not be the safest option to leave, or they may not be ready to leave at the time when you talk to them. What questions would you ask this Katie? And what options or ideas could you offer?
One idea is maybe stashing away, like doing the secret bank account, because
yes,
yeah,
yes, fabulous.
Or have you told anyone you trust about your situation?
Yes, excellent.
See,
You
sorry.
can go ahead.
Okay. I would, if she can't leave right away, I would ask her if making a go bag is something just to consider doing so that when she is ready, that's ready to go.
Absolutely, yes, because then when the moment arises, that gives her the freedom to seize that moment and go and have what she needs. So that just having the go bag, even if she never leaves, even if she doesn't leave for many weeks or months, just having that go bag itself can add to that feeling of security and autonomy and taking back her power.
And I guess what kind of things trigger him so that you can try and avoid those triggers to be safe while you're still there.
Yes,
Great
because
one, Anne.
yes.
You could ask about like when she has felt safe before, because it said like she's thinking that it would be impossible to leave. So maybe just kind of getting her in a headspace where she thinks it could be possible, and I'll get a little more positive about leaving.
Ooh, good. I'm so glad you thought of that one, because remember I said the emotional part of this. We're talking a lot about physical safety, and because yes, that is the dominant factor here, but the emotions are part of it. And if you feel strong, if you remember what it felt like to feel safe and feel good, it can help motivate the person to work their way back to that and back to a situation or into a different situation that felt just as safe and good. And remembering that feeling can be very powerful and supportive. Any others before I jump onto the fourth one?
One quick thing about the go bag. Even if it's not full of everything that we suggest, even if it just has a fresh pair of underwear and clothing, if she's got to get out fast, never mind her driver's license or anything like that, just having that. The last thing you want to do is walk around for 2 days in dirty underwear.
Yeah. Very, very well put. Very well put. And one other thing about the go bag, if she feels that there's a risk that he might find it in this scenario, remember the survivor and the abuser are still sharing the same home. There's a chance that if she keeps that go bag in the shared home, she may be afraid that the abuser might find it. So is there a friend or a family member or a neighbor where she could stash that go bag? And would that help her feel safer than stashing that go bag in the shared home? That's an option as well. All right, you guys are so awesome. All right, discussion scenario number 4. Dave calls the hotline, begins to tell you about how he is planning on leaving his abusive partner. He has put a lot of effort into his plan, making copies of important documents for himself and his kids, packing emergency bags, and his sister knows that they will be coming to stay with her. He is trying to figure out the best way to implement his plan, as his partner often knows his whereabouts. Okay, so what questions or would you ask Dave, or what options could you offer?
I would ask him if his partner was suspicious if he was going to be leaving.
Yeah, good one.
I think even just first of all, just acknowledging the fact that he has already made so much effort and has been, working really hard on this already. Just trying to kind of build that confidence.
Yes, good one.
I would ask what are some ways that you might be able to change your routine?
Yeah, excellent.
You could recommend or like figure out ways that he could leave when like he's expected to leave. Like he said, he's seeing his sister, so maybe a time that he normally goes to see her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because then that would be less likely to raise suspicion. Buys time.
Yeah.
And time is golden.
It might also, oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, that's fine. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I might also ask him if he has any access to keys or anything of his sister's home. So that if he does end up, living with her, staying with her, that he doesn't have access into her home. Maybe
Yes.
the lock.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes. And it gives him options too, because the safest time for him to get away might not be a time when she's home, right? And although he's an adult, he's also got kids. So say she's gone on a business trip, but that happens to be the time when he can get away. If he's got keys to the sister's house, then he and his kids can get in, even though she's someplace else.
Mm-hmm.
Fabulous. Great thinking.
I would take a page out of an abuser's playbook, honestly. That sounds awful, but they know your schedule. They watch your schedule. So do that to them. Keep an eye on them. Make sure that you know exactly where they are and when they're going, and get going when you know that they're not going to be around, when you're 100% sure. It takes a while, but I would do that.
Yes, yes, fabulous. And you know what? It's okay to be a little devious. It's okay to be a lot devious. I just want to put that out there. I love your idea, Tracy, and I just wanted to take this opportunity. It's okay to be devious. Give yourself that permission. Give the survivor that permission, because the survivor is looking to take care of themselves. The abuser's been treating this person in a way that they don't deserve. So it's okay for them to be devious to get to safety.
Yeah, I feel like so often people in these situations are like so concerned about other people.
Yes.
And, like, just trying to convey that message that like right now it's just about you and what you need, and like who cares about anything else.
Yes. Yeah. I'm glad you recognize that, because yes, that comes up a lot. Not only are they concerned about other people, they're concerned about the abuser.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I had
Go ahead.
I had a hotline call not long ago, and things were escalating between the client and her ex-husband, and they were supposed to exchange the child the next morning, and it was a weekend. So I brainstormed with her, like, what would it be like for you to say that there was a family, because she had family nearby that she'd been staying with and visiting, and to say that there was like a family gathering. Would he be suspicious if you said, hey, can I keep them a little longer until you could, because she was trying to get an order in place. And so she was like, oh, and it was like, I like brainstormed that with her, and it like gave her permission to think about what could she kind of come up with that would keep her and the child safe for that time being. And so she was like, oh no, he wouldn't think anything of it if I told him there was a family gathering. So sometimes just kind of jogging their thought process helps a little bit too.
I have a really quick, well, not a really quick question on that, but maybe it's a little bit too in the weeds, but like for a situation where there's like shared custody or something like that, or even if it's like a married couple and their kids, like is there ever a potential for like legal ramifications for leaving with those kids?
Yes. I would say so. I am really careful. Like, I know I had somebody call like years ago, and she was like, I'm just gonna leave and go to another state. And I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
You have to be they do have to be careful, especially like crossing state lines, and like, because if their abuser comes back and says they kidnapped those kids, I didn't know they were taking them, there could be legal ramifications. So you do have to be careful in like, not encouraging them to like be put in the place where their partner could be like, you took those kids and you didn't have my permission. So that can be an issue. Yeah. So that's why it's important to come up with a plan that the abuser would not really be suspicious of. And so to have that plan and say, yeah, we're going to a family gathering, we're staying for the night, that kind of thing, so that, they don't get in trouble for taking the kids.
But that would be specifically to give them time to get a restraining order, because otherwise, if they leave with a child, no matter what, that's technically kidnapping, right? Like Eli brought up.
Yeah, but if they make a plan with the abuser, there's a plan in place that they're going somewhere with the kids, then
But if they never come back, because
it gives them time to get an order in place if that's what they're doing, is getting a protective order in place or contacting DCYF to make a report.
Okay. As long as they go somewhere,
it gives them time.
As long as they're going somewhere with legal options, then that's okay. Or at least making a plan to. Okay. That's a fine line, and I didn't even think of that.
Yes.
So,
it is.
Yeah.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. I think what's particularly salient in the scenario that Kyla was describing is that the abuser agreed for the survivor to have that little extra time. Okay. So since he agreed to it, then he can later claim that she denied him access to the children, that she took them. So say that gave her a little bit of extra time to get to the court and file for a restraining order, and say she got the restraining order, and as part of the restraining order, she was given full custody of the children.
Awesome. That was a really good question, Eli.
And part of this, and part of the safety planning in this is we do have to acknowledge there are kids involved, and that we do know that, that this partner can be accused of kidnapping kids. So I think a part of the safety planning could be, have you called DCYF yet? Have you reported? Can I walk you through what that looks like? Because once you have that involved too, that also gives Dave a little more leeway to go.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
That was a great question, Eli. Because those are some sticky weeds. Yeah.
Yes. So thank you all for fabulous dialogue around this. I'm just glancing at the chat. Apologies if I was not paying attention to the chat while I was talking through the slides. So apologies if there was anything that I didn't respond to.
There weren't any. No, there weren't really. I've been keeping an eye on it, Joe. There weren't any questions that came up. So
okay, awesome. Alrighty. So before we move on to protective orders, any questions about or further concerns on the topic of safety planning? Going once.
I just want to put that out there. I know I just put it in chat so that everybody could see it and read it, but it's a little off topic, but something that I thought of when we were talking about being devious, and it's okay to be devious in this situation when it involves getting to safety, but I just kind of wanted to put it in everyone's mind that could very well be a barrier for our survivor. The fact that they're being devious might not make them want to carry out the safety plan because they're worried about, their conscience, on this particular situation. Like, oh, that's kind of like stabbing them in the back. I don't want to do that. So I just kind of wanted to put it out there to make sure that people have it in their mind that they may not want to do a safety plan if it involves deviousness, because some people may not want to do that.
Good point. Yes. And every survivor is going to be different, and every survivor knows their situation best. And so the more that we can do to empower them to make choices that feel right to them and serve their situation, then the better off that we can be in serving them. So great comment. All righty.
Right.
So I am going to move on to protective orders, also known as restraining orders. And we've got a video. And I believe that if I just click this link, the video will open in my screen and you'll be able to see
Yes,
it.
and Joe,
Yeah.
you might want to, since you're screen sharing in view options, I forgot to tell you.
Yeah.
If you go down to the bottom, I think it says like optimize or something. Optimize video share, I think it says. At the way bottom, maybe not.
Being that I am in,
I don't know if you'll have the same with a YouTube link. I totally forgot to
I
tell you.
have video settings. I do not have an optimized, I do not see optimized video.
Okay, all right, we'll try the link if everybody stays muted, including the three of us. Hopefully it'll work well.
Yes, if it doesn't, we'll try something different.
All right.
Yeah. We can always undo or go back, provided that I go back to screen sharing, which takes a couple of clicks. And then bear with me. Here we go.
Can everybody hear that?
There's no sound on mine.
Okay, let me try.
Of protective orders.
Is that better?
Kinds of protective orders. Ex parte orders, divorce stipulations, complaint for restraint.
Kind of, but it's really low.
No sound.
Yeah, it's coming in and out.
I have no sound at all.
Yeah.
Okay. So Kyla, do you want me to stop sharing and give it back to you so that you take it back?
You're muted, Kyla.
I always do that. Yeah, I don't have the PowerPoint pulled up though, because you were sharing this one. So it'll take me I mean, we can.
You can just put the link in the chat.
Yeah.
We can do that. All right, let me click. Bear with me. Screen share. All right, let me see if
Basics of protective orders. Kinds of protective orders. Ex parte orders, divorce stipulations, complaint for restraining orders. The most common protective orders we see are stalking petitions and domestic violence restraining orders through the civil process. Criminal no-contact orders. These are different from civil restraining orders. They're imposed on the defendant as part of bail conditions. The victim cannot drop the no-contact order because abuse is a crime against the state. A victim also cannot break the order because it's on the defendant. If defendant contacts the victim, they are in violation of bail conditions and may be arrested. RSA 173B, Protection from Domestic Violence. Domestic Violence Protective Orders. Who does RSA 173B protect? There must be a qualifying relationship, current or former sexual or intimate partner, current or former spouse, persons now or formerly cohabitating, includes LGBTQ relationships. Other qualifying relationships, child in common, dating or have dated, family or household member, for example, an adult son being stalked and harassed by his father. Important to know, minor children cannot get a protective order against their parents. If someone was sexually assaulted by an acquaintance, stranger, this would not be a qualifying relationship for a civil protective order, but could fit a complaint or restraining order. Where to file for an emergency or temporary order. Emergency orders are issued outside of court hours through the police department. Police take the information and call a judge who decides whether to grant it. The victim must apply at the court the next business day to get a temporary order. They can file for the temporary order at either the Family or District Court Division, the court where the defendant or plaintiff live, where the victim is temporarily living, and can be transferred to a different court if necessary. Survivors may now file electronically. They must work with a crisis center advocate to access the forms. Forms must be submitted by email during business hours Monday through Friday, 8 to 3 only, or they will not be processed. Filling out the forms works best with a computer versus phones or iPads. How is relief obtained? The plaintiff alleges abuse by the defendant. The plaintiff must show immediate and present danger of abuse. Why are they in fear for their safety now? Meaning a credible threat. Under New Hampshire's Criminal Code, RSA 173B, abuse includes assault or reckless conduct, criminal threatening, sexual assault, interference with freedom, destruction of property, unauthorized entry, harassment, and cruelty to animals. For a temporary order, the victim fills out protective order forms and submits to the court clerk. The judge reviews and decides. If granted, the clerk passes on the decision to the victim with a hearing date. Once the protective order is served to the defendant, it is in effect. The defendant can expedite, ask for the permanent order hearing within 10 days. It's best for the victim to keep a copy of the order on them at all times. Both emergency and temporary orders are issued ex parte, without the other party present, to answer the victim's claims and to put a stop to abuse. Next is the permanent final order hearing. Final orders are issued after the judge hears both sides testify to the allegations in the petition. If granted, the order is good for 1 year. At the final hearing, the petitioner must prove both abuse and that the defendant poses a credible threat to the plaintiff's safety. What is credible threat? Recent acts of abuse, ongoing behavior, their safety is at risk when they filed the petition, and context matters. The statute supports considering past abuse. Other considerations. The petition must give the defendant proper notice. The defendant must be heard within 30 days or sooner upon request. The court must have jurisdiction to issue the order against an out-of-state defendant. What does a protective order offer the victim? A protective order restrains the defendant from abusing the victim, their relatives, or household members in any way, entering victim's residence, employment, school, or other specified place, withholding victim's specified property, contacting the victim, and they restrain the defendant from taking, damaging, or converting property, acting such that utilities, etc., are discontinued, abusing or destroying animals, and they must stay away from the animal. What other relief is available through temporary orders? They can award custody of minor children. Visitation is not typically ordered on temporary basis. Direct the relinquishment of weapons, barring future acquisitions. Award exclusive use and possession of home, car, furnishings, if the defendant has a legal duty to support the plaintiff. Award exclusive care, custody, and control of animals. What relief is available with final orders? It includes all the temporary relief and may order the defendant to make payments such as car, mortgage, or utility, attend counseling or batterers program, and pay spousal or child support. Pay compensation for plaintiff's losses, such as earnings, injuries, property damage. Pay reasonable attorney's fees. Final orders can be issued for up to 1 year and are renewable for good cause shown. Advocate's role in the protective order process. Things to avoid. We are not lawyers. We don't give legal advice. We don't speak during the hearing. We don't fill out paperwork for clients, and we don't tell them what to write. Advocates explain the general process, help client prepare paperwork, and put their narrative in order. We go with clients to submit paperwork and can accompany them for the hearing. Advocates also refer questions on criminal no-contact orders to the prosecutor's office. Offer to connect client with free or low-cost attorneys. Help client prepare emotionally and plan for self-care through the process.
Did everybody hear that? I couldn't see you guys. Good. Yeah, so that's protective orders. Joe, just so you do know, it is 10:20 and we have a break scheduled for 10:45.
All right. So let's get you to break. So thank you, Kyla, for the video portion. Sorry, everyone, that it didn't work running it from
That
my
was probably
screen.
my bad because I forgot to go over
No,
that with you.
It's all good. No, it's all good. Yeah, I totally didn't think about practicing that piece before we got in. That's okay. The more we do it, the better we'll get. So before I jump back into PowerPoint slides and go forward, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the video. So there was a lot of information in there. We don't expect you to have memorized all of that and absorbed, fully absorbed all of that, or be able to rattle it back at us. What we're going to take a couple of minutes here and we're going to unpack that. But before I do, does anyone have any burning questions?
Yeah, I might have missed it, but is there a fee associated with these orders?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Kyla.
With the DV and stalking petitions, there is not. However, if you file for what is also known as a civil order, and there are different names for it. So if it's a non-qualifying relationship, there is, I think it's like a $250 fee, but they can have that waived. So say you have somebody who calls and says, my neighbor is harassing me. That is not really a qualifying relationship. So, or an acquaintance is stalking them. They can file for one, but it will not be through, it won't be a DV or a stalking order. It would be a civil. And there is another name for it, and I can't, do you remember it, Joe or Louise? Louise?
I think it's just a civil restraining order. I think they're about $265. If, however, there's a crime committed, so for instance, if it was a sexual assault, for instance, and it was by a stranger or an acquaintance, and they don't have that qualifying relationship, many times there may be an arrest and a no contact order. So usually the clerk will send you down to the county attorney to discuss about the no contact order and making sure that's in place, because it works the same way as the civil restraining order, and then they don't have to go through that process.
So
great question.
Yes, so great question. So in summary, for a qualifying relationship in instances of domestic violence or stalking, there is not a fee. Okay.
And I do believe in your resource guide, the RSA is listed, and there is a list of qualifying relationships. If it's not in there, I will make sure you all get that. I will email it to you. But I'm pretty sure it's in the resource guide.
Yes. Any other burning questions before I start sharing my screen again with PowerPoint and unpack? All righty. Dun, dun, dun. All right. So you heard mentioned in that video something called RSA 173B. Okay, so we're not trying to turn you into lawyers. We don't have that magic wand. And we're not lawyers either. But we do talk about this statute a little bit, only for just so you have some awareness of what goes into this. What are the kinds of things that justify getting a protective order? And some of them are real obvious, some of them aren't. Assault, reckless conduct, sexual assault, those tend to be or criminal threatening. Those are the classic cases of, oh, I'm gonna kill you. Those are the classic cases of things that people often think about. Things that are also considered, but that people might not always think about: destruction of property, unauthorized entry. So the survivor kicked the survivor and the abuser were living together. The survivor kicked the abuser out, but the abuser keeps coming back. Harassment and cruelty to animals. Okay, and if you're working with a client that is working on or seeking to get a protective order, these are the kinds of things that you can ask them about, to prompt them to think about, to include, so that they can include as many as are applicable to their situation and have the strongest case for getting a restraining order. Okay. So why might you want to get a restraining order? Not only is it a piece of paper that says that the abuser needs to stay away from the survivor, there's also these additional options for relief, as you heard it called in the video. So on the temporary order, they could be, of course, the abuser has to stop abusing the survivor, including everyone in the household. The abuser can't go into their place of employment, the survivor's place of employment. They can't, the abuser can't withhold property, can't contact them, can't take or damage property or abuse the animals. So that's on the temporary one. That's the 30-day version. There's also, after that 30-day period, there's a hearing, and the outcome of that hearing, one of the possibilities is that it gets extended for up to a year. And that's called the final restraining order. So that's on the right there. Includes the possibility of everything in the temporary, as well as making payments, child support, custody visitation, that's a big one. Attending counseling, compensation for losses, attorney fees. Those aren't always, those are harder to enforce, but you can always ask for them. So there are things, what I want you to take away from this is that the protection order isn't only just to get the abuser to stop abusing the survivor. There are other potential benefits, or that depending upon the situation, and they know their situation best.
I'd like to add, it's not on the list of things that can be, I don't see it, but medical bills can also be covered due to what, the situation. If I've actually seen that happen, where the judge awarded our client payment of medical bills. So
that's a good point. Sorry, that's a good point. And probably perhaps what they're alluding to in this one bullet where it says pay compensation for plaintiffs.
Yeah.
So it includes medical. So we can change the wording on that for a future session. Okay. Your role in the process. So you're not lawyers, so you can't give legal advice. If you're present during a hearing, you can't speak. There's a lot of don'ts here. We don't fill out the paperwork for the client, and we don't tell them what to write. They're the ones who need to tell their story. So a lot of don'ts there. But so, all right, Joe. All right, so I can't do any of those things. What can I do? So we do explain the general process, help them prepare the paperwork, and by saying help them, that doesn't mean that we tell them what to say. It means that we're sitting beside them while they're filling it out, and they can ask us questions like, what does this mean? They ask, what does that mean? Where do I put my narrative? And constructing the narrative is also the biggest part of what we do as advocates. Helping them come up, remember that goes back to the emotional part, talking about what they've been through and why they're afraid for their safety. That brings a lot of emotions to the surface, and what we can do by us being there when they're filling it out, we can help them sort through all those thoughts and organize them in a cohesive story. We do go with them we can go with them to submit the paperwork. at the courthouse. Of course, nowadays in COVID, sometimes there's also the option of doing it online. There are programs for free and low cost attorneys that can help them with that hearing at the end of the 30 days. Of course, we do help them prepare emotionally and plan for self-care through the process, as well as safety planning. Because remember I said the most dangerous time is right after you leave. So safety planning is important here too. And refer questions on criminal no contact orders to the prosecutor's office. Okay. So I want to stop sharing for just a second and come back to so I can see your face and you all can see my face. And I want to summarize. There's a lot of information here. Don't worry if it doesn't all sink in. For you night and weekend volunteer folks, you're not going to be directly helping someone fill out a petition for a restraining order. So what we ask of you is that you just have some familiarity with what a restraining order is, and what the benefits of it are, so that when you get a call overnight or on the weekend, you can answer questions and talk about it as a possible option with someone who's interested. And because it may fit for their situation, it may not. So if you have familiarity with what it is and what it does, then you're better equipped to have that conversation. As well, I mentioned the safety planning aspect of it when they're getting ready to leave or if they have just left. And there's this thing called an emergency restraining order. You heard that in the video. That is the one kind of restraining order that you night and weekend folks would have the ability to guide someone on, but it's very simple. An emergency restraining order is something that they can get with their local police department, and it's a very simple form, and it's granted with a very low bar of expectations for it to be granted, and it's good for 24 hours or until let me rephrase that, until the closing of business of the next day that the court is open. So say
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So say you're talking to someone on a 11 p.m. on a Tuesday night, they go down to their local police department, they get an emergency restraining order. It is good until 4 o'clock Wednesday afternoon. So that gives them a day to get into the court and get the temporary restraining order. So that one with the big application and the narrative. If conversely, if they get it, say you're talking to them Friday night at 11 o'clock and they get an emergency restraining order, that emergency restraining order is going to be good all the way until 4 o'clock Monday. It's going to carry them through the weekend because the court isn't open on the weekend. Okay, so you night and weekends folks, familiarity, be able to answer basic questions, do safety planning, and talk to them about an emergency restraining order. Okay. AVAPs and interns, guess what? You know more than that, but this isn't the last time you're going to hear about it. When you're in the offices with us or whether that be virtually or physically, when you start your daytime work with us, there's going to be some more detailed training on how to fill out a protective order, okay? So you're gonna have practice with helping clients fill out the paperwork, and we also have a worksheet that helps guide you through that 173B and all those bullet points so that you can have that to pull from when you're helping someone craft their narrative. We're gonna do a little scenario here as a group, but before we do that, any questions about what I've said so far? When's break, Joe?
I have a question, actually. I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay. You want to know when break is, or you have a real question?
I have a question about the protective orders. What happens after a year if they want to?
They can
Continue
apply
with
to it. They can apply to extend it, and that's also another hearing that they go
Okay.
to.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So it's 10:35. We want to do at least one, just, I think there's one or two after here, but let's just do at least one. And then if we don't get to any others, we can revisit them on Tuesdays.
Alrighty. So you should be seeing my screen now with PowerPoint on it. Shout if you can't see it. Otherwise, I'm going to start reading. Dave broke up with his girlfriend 2 months ago because he was tired of her constant jealousy. At first, things were all right, but then she suddenly switched into all of his classes at college, and he noticed that he keeps running into her at the grocery store, the gym, whenever he's out with friends, and recently right outside of his apartment. Dave confronted her about these behaviors, and she explained that she is not following him and that the schedule change was random. She then goes on to point out to him that we go to the same school and belong to the same gym, so of course you're going to see me. Despite her denial, Dave is feeling uneasy about her constant presence. So how might you respond?
Is Dave unable to change some of the things like the gym? Can he go to a different gym?
Yep, that's an option.
I would
Definitely.
think maybe to validate that he's feeling uneasy about it, to validate that it is real and that it's real for him, whether she's denying it or not.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
That's a lot of random change. in my opinion.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I would also be curious about how she is finding out so much about his location. Like if maybe he doesn't know he's like sharing his location on his phone or something with her. Because it seems
Yeah.
like a little more than random. Like she knows.
Yeah,
Mhm,
yeah.
mhm.
Yeah, so there's some in this interconnected world and social media and such these days, there's some steps that Dave could possibly take to give himself a little bit of privacy. Block her on Facebook and stuff like that.
Maybe he could change some of the things, at least maybe not go to the same grocery store, go to different stores, or maybe change his routine and not go to the gym at the same time or stuff like that.
Yeah, yep, that's an option.
I know that's an option, but I feel as though him changing his routine is not my initial advice.
Okay, and that's
Only-
and that's
yeah.
valid too. What options or questions might you ask him?
I would ask him, like somebody else said, is he sharing stuff on his Facebook or his Twitter? Do they have friends in common that are maybe duplicitous? How long was he going out with her for? Does she already know his routine? And if she does already know his routine, then maybe yeah, he should switch it up. Does he feel threatened? Does he feel comfortable with getting a restraining order?
Yes.
I don't feel like he should be the one to switch up his life. He should not. That's not my first go-to anyway.
And that's okay. And that's okay. And it might not be his first go-to either. But we're brainstorming, and I'm glad you phrased it the way you did. Does he feel threatened? Because we don't just the scenario that as it's painted here, we haven't gotten any insight into that yet. And you know, sometimes people tell their stories kind of like a layer, like peeling off layers of an onion. So, okay, Dave, so as an advocate, you might be like, okay, Dave, I think that gives me a sense of the situation, but tell me, how do you feel about that? Do you feel threatened? Does it creep you out? So what if he does feel threatened? Is a stalking restraining order an option? Is this let me ask you all, is this a qualifying relationship?
Yes.
Yep. So given that, is a stalking restraining order an option for him?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
I'd also like,
Yeah.
I'd like if we're leading in that direction, I think it'd be really useful if he starts to kind of just make note of all of these different random coincidences in quotation mark. Because like from what we see here, like if he feels threatened, that's enough for us, but it might not be enough for a judge.
Yep.
And there's
Yep.
nothing here that I see that would like, I think really, obviously not a lawyer, but would
That's
like
okay.
make a judge believe that there's some kind of like threatening going on here.
Yep. And meanwhile, so very astute of you. So as a date, let me unpack that two ways. First, as a daytime person, because that's what you're going to be. As a daytime person, you might you're going to have. We're going to ask you to know a little bit about the statute, at least those bullet points that I went over earlier. So this is an opportunity where you could start to ask, so some of those questions, like, okay, well, is she, when you talk to her, or when you see her, is she threatening you? Is she taken any of your property? Is when she shows up at these locations, is she is she placing herself in a position that she doesn't let you leave the building or prevents you from freedom of movement? Those kinds of questions. Does that make sense so far? That unpacking?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore, that's a good illustration of, if you know some of those bullet points of the statute, then you can peel that next layer of the onion and ask questions and explore options. For you nights and weekends folks, does he feel safe right now? Is she? Does he want to go get an emergency restraining order?
I also think there's also like, I feel like he connect to his college, because I know at like UNH where I am, there's SHARP, which is like help with that.
Ooh,
sort of thing.
yes.
And I feel like the school would probably help him maybe. And I don't think it would be a matter of him switching classes. It would be more around moving her schedule around so that he feels more safe, because a lot of schools are very aware and try to help students dealing with like violence, with the domestic violence and stuff like that.
Yes, fabulous. Thank you. I totally forgot about that too. So first of all, SHARP or other resources on the campus, wherever, regardless of what school he's at, and they're gonna be some other resources, so that's something to suggest. And Title IX is very, very crucial in a school environment. If it were, I know this one isn't the situation, but for like a sexual assault, the survivor of a sexual assault and the perpetrator of the sexual assault, there's a process in the university environment such that the perpetrator has to change their schedule. You know, if the perpetrator and the survivor were in the same class, for example, the perpetrator would be the one obliged to have to change. I know I rambled. Anything else?
Also, I just wanted to add, I was looking through the resource guide that we got.
Yeah.
There's a stalking log example for you to like keep track of everything.
Yes.
Which was really helpful for me as well.
Yes. Yay. Very good point. And that log, that's going to be something, say that the situation does escalate and he does want to go get a stalking restraining order, that log is going to help him craft his narrative to be able to tell his story to the judge, so that the judge sees whether, or the judge has the best information to determine whether or not there's a credible threat. Anybody else?
I think that will be especially helpful because unfortunately we still live in a time where female stalking is taken less seriously than male stalking, unfortunately. If the roles were reversed, it would be a lot easier, I think, for the scenario to play out where Dave would be like busted and his girlfriend would be, well, you know, of course you get a restraining order. So
Yes, and so thank you for voicing that. And you notice that we're trying to do what we can to with these scenarios. If you notice, there's been some
I did notice.
scenarios we've tried specifically to bring some diversity into our scenarios so that all of us remain mindful of that it go both ways, that it goes all directions, and survivors are of all different kinds, and that anyone can be victimized by this. So thank you for that.
Also, I'm not sure if anyone said this already, but just like reaching out to his support network. I mean, he brings up his friends, and so making sure that they know that he's feeling this way about her, so that they're not giving her any information.
Yes.
And they're looking out for her and like aware of things, so that they're also like his eyes in terms of possible threats.
Yes, because they may be giving up, his friends may be giving up information without realizing it. Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty,
it's
10:46.
10:46, almost right on time. Woo. We'll let you guys take a break. So 15 minutes, please be back as close to 11 as possible. You can shut your screens down and turn your sound off, and we'll see you in a few. All right, we're just waiting for a couple more people, and then Louise, you can get started. And Joe, are you going to share your screen for Louise?
That's what I was just about to ask.
I think that was the plan yesterday.
I think that was the plan as I recall.
Okay.
But I am flexible if you want, because we're going to play a video, and the video didn't work on my screen. So we should at least start off with you.
All right. Let me.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I can take over from here. Actually, it makes more sense.
Okay.
Because you guys are going to leave us at lunchtime. Do you happen to remember what slide you were on?
1 second.
It was the scenario one.
45.
Okay.
I mean, the video's on slide 46, but you really want to start with slide 45 so they get to see the cute little cartoon police car.
Okay.
I love that.
All right. Perfect. Let me come back. Screen. Okay.
There we go.
Now, all right, I can't see everybody.
So everybody back, or
is everybody back?
Let's take a look. Yep, looks like it.
All right. And Megan's going to be popping in, so if I might not be able to let her in while I'm screen sharing. So if one of you two wants to let her in when she joins, that's fine.
Okay. I can do that.
I think she said she'd pop on at like 11:15.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so
Are we ready?
Yep. So our next section is police and the criminal justice process. And I believe we're going to be starting off with a video.
We are.
The criminal justice system for advocates. Domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking are considered crimes against the state.
Kylo, we're not seeing the
Victims
video.
are considered witnesses to the
we can hear
crime
it, we can't
and are
see
not a party to the case, meaning
But no video.
You can hear it, but there's no video.
Yeah. You're
We're having
probably
the opposite problem.
Yeah, you're probably sharing just the PowerPoint window.
Yep. So, okay, let me.
Yeah, so stop sharing and then.
Okay. Let me, sorry about that. We will figure this out. All right. I'm gonna do this. This.
There you go.
Yep. All right, let me know if you got, give me the thumbs up if you can hear it now. Oh wait, let me click on. I think. Okay.
the criminal justice system for advocates. Domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking are considered crimes against the state. This means victims are considered witnesses to the crime and are not a party to the case, meaning they don't have a say about whether someone is arrested or prosecuted. What are pros and cons of that? One con is that it can feel disempowering for the victim not to have a say, but it can be a pro if a victim wants to appear loyal to a perpetrator for their own safety, but truly wants them held accountable. This is because it shifts responsibility to the police and prosecutors. More generally, what are the pros of deciding to report a crime? Reporting can make the victim eligible for a victim's compensation, which is funding to help with expenses directly related to crime injuries, including trauma and economic loss due to a violent crime. It can increase a victim's sense of empowerment and safety should the offender be held accountable. It sends the message to the perpetrator and the community that abusive behavior is unacceptable. It creates a record of abuse to demonstrate a pattern if the perpetrator continues to abuse the victim. This can be compelling evidence for further court actions and/or protective orders. Some possible downsides of reporting. It can exacerbate safety issues as it challenges the abuser's power and control over the victim. It can be a very lengthy process, and some victims understandably want to see immediate results. It may re-traumatize the victim as they share details of the crime and face violations of privacy as their situation is scrutinized by the defense team. Lastly, the victim's expectations may not be met as there's no guarantee that the perpetrator will be prosecuted, convicted, or given a meaningful sentence. What is the first step of reporting a crime? The victim contacts the police department in the town where the crime happened. The client can have a Haven advocate present for the reporting stage. What is the Haven advocate role at the police station? You may tell the police your first name only and that you're a confidential Haven advocate. Provide survivor with emotional support, information, and resources for follow-up services after the interview. If allowed in the room during basic facts interview, do not speak. If interview is being recorded, do not go into the room. Please make a note of the officer's name. Once the report is made, the victim survivor will be interviewed as follows. Children at the Child Advocacy Center. Adults in Stratford County, also at the CAC, mostly for felony level cases. Adults in Rockingham County at the police department. How long does someone have to report? The statute of limitations in New Hampshire for sexual assault, adult victims have 6 years. For misdemeanor sexual assault, 1 year. Child victims have 22 years after the victim's 18th birthday. The statute of limitations in New Hampshire in domestic violence cases. Felonies, such as strangulation or use of a deadly weapon, 6 years. In misdemeanor domestic violence cases, 1 year. Remember, it is never too late to report, but charges can only be filed if the crime falls within the statute of limitations. Reporting can provide information for other cases. What happens once the crime is reported? There will be an interview, investigation, decision to prosecute by the county attorney, offender charged with various counts based on elements of the crime, a grand jury in felonies, and a trial or plea bargain, sentencing hearing if convicted. If a client has specific questions about the process or their case, the victim assistance coordinators at the prosecutor's office can help. What are victim assistance coordinators? They're part of the prosecution team, either police prosecutor or county attorney's office. They provide info, education, and support regarding the criminal justice process. They provide updates at each stage of prosecution. Victim assistance coordinators also ensure the New Hampshire Victims' Bill of Rights is upheld in each case, and they're present in court with the victim and family. They also notify victims of any post-conviction activity or action in resolved cases. They do not tell witnesses what to say, provide crisis services, nor do they provide confidentiality. This is important because sometimes clients are unclear on the difference between Haven advocates and victim assistance coordinators. What is Haven's role in criminal court? Provide confidential emotional support, answer basic questions. We can stay with the victim for the whole process. Provide information and referrals for follow-up services. We don't give legal advice or talk during proceedings. The road to justice can be a long and difficult ordeal for victims of domestic and sexual violence, but Haven is there to provide support along the way. To put it in context, in the Bill Cosby sexual assault case, it took 60 alleged victims 13 years and 2 trials to successfully convict him for being a sexual predator. He was sentenced to 3 to 10 years.
You're on mute, Louise.
And there I go talking with the mute button on. Typical.
I do it all the time, don't worry. All right, let me pull up the PowerPoint again.
Okay. So does anybody have any questions about the video, first of all?
I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just in like the beginning, it mentioned that like you'd go to the police station in the town where the crime happened. Is that really like always the case, even if it's not like the town of either party member?
Generally, you would go to the town where the crime happened, yeah.
Okay.
Because they would be the ones that would have jurisdiction. So I think even if you report a different, say if you live in a different town and you went to yours, they would still have to pass jurisdiction off, I believe, to the town in which it happened.
Okay.
All right.
And any other questions?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. All right.
Hold on a second. Oh, my screen's not moving. Hold on a second. Let me try this again. Sorry, gang. Let's try this. All right, let's start again.
Well, there's that cute police car.
There we go. All right.
All right. Okay, so the Haven Rolling Criminal Court. We are basically there to provide confidential emotional support. We don't talk during the proceeding. So when we go into the court and you're getting situated and they're letting you know where you sit and things like that, you're allowed to speak up at that kind of time. But once the proceeding itself starts, other than the judge asking who is in the courtroom and you just letting them know that you're an advocate from Haven, that's the only time that you'll speak during a proceeding. Very important that we don't ever try and give legal advice. That's not our job. It's not what we do. If a client is asking for legal advice, that's when we would refer them to legal resources. We can stay for the whole process with the client. That goes right from when they're interviewed at the start of the process all the way through restraining order hearings, criminal process hearings. And then answering basic questions about how the process goes. And if we don't know something, we can refer them to somebody that does, like the advocate that works with the attorney's office. And providing information for referrals and follow-up services, which would be, for instance, like legal referrals. Okay, any questions so far? Nope. All right, so we're going into the first scenario here. So Mark is calling because he was sexually assaulted 3 weeks ago by a friend. He wants to know what to do. He keeps asking the advocate, what would you do? He thinks maybe he should report it, but it's been a few weeks and he has no proof. He thinks the perp should have to pay for what he did, but Mark never went to the hospital, so he doesn't think that the police will believe him. So if everybody'd like to unmute, and how do you think you would respond to that call?
Firstly, he says that he keeps asking the advocate, what would you do? As we've been drilled into our heads over this last 2 weeks, it's not our job to tell the survivor what to do. So what I would tell Mark is what feels right to you. What do you want to do? Do you want to call the police? Do you want, what sounds right to you? I think first.
Great. Perfect.
Again, he's scared the police won't believe him. I would first of all validate his feelings that, you know, he was sexually assaulted. Validate that what he's saying is that, you know, I believe him, and then ask him what does he think his options are. It's like, okay, this is about you, not about me. Can we look at your options and see what are your best options?
I would also let him know that just because he didn't go to the hospital and have no proof doesn't mean that if he really wants to report it, that he can't. That many times that is the case for victims of sexual assault. They haven't gone to the hospital and they don't have proof, but that doesn't mean that it can't be reported.
Right. Yeah.
To build on what Katie said too, something else that has been kind of drilled into our head is just to ask an open-ended question. This happened 3 weeks ago. What prompted you to call me today?
Perfect. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay.
You could tell him he feels that the perpetrator should pay for what he did, and we could tell him that, if he does go to the court or if he does get a restraining order or whatever, that that there are grounds there that the perpetrator could be made to pay financially for the trauma that he's endured or the expense that he's endured.
Okay. You mean through the restraining order process?
Yeah.
Additionally, even if it's been a few weeks, it's still an option to go to the hospital, considering, there may be still remaining health effects from something like this. Even if he feels okay, it's never a bad idea to just make sure and also be able to take care of anything like sexually transmitted diseases or anything like that.
Yeah. Great point. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, Kyler, is there another one coming up? All right, so here's the second scenario. Jill's partner has been controlling and abusive for many months. Last night, her partner hit her for the first time. She didn't call the police because her partner said things would only get worse if she ever did. This morning, her partner had left for work before she woke up. Jill is feeling really unsure about what to do because she never thought your partner would do something like this. She doesn't know what to expect when she comes home from work later tonight. She's scared but hopes that this was a one-time thing. How would you respond to that one?
First of all, if someone had the gumption to hit you once, it's never a one-time thing. They did it once, they can do it again. So my first instinct would be to think of a way that we can safety plan, because like I said, if he did it once, he could do it again. So just thinking of things that she could do if she felt like it was escalating to the point where he might hit her again. So, a neighbor that she could go to, or a friend, or, whatever she felt comfortable doing, or whatever made her feel safe in that situation. So I really feel like safety planning would be really crucial in this situation. And then, because it kind of seems like she really doesn't know what to do right now. So she's kind of like at square one. So I feel like if she's not in a heightened emotional state, which it doesn't really seem like she is in this scenario, I would definitely try to go through the process of safety planning for her, just in case this situation ever escalates again. And it kind of seems like it would, just by the way it sounds.
Okay.
Not only by the way it sounds, but I mean, her partner literally said things would only get worse. She pretty much was told, I just hit you. If you do anything about it, it's going to get worse. And from what we know, like Katie said, most people don't hit their partner just once. It's usually a pattern. So definitely safety planning and start making, putting your mind in that area where you probably need to start thinking about what to do when this happens again, or to make a plan so that it does not happen again.
Okay.
How do you say that though without saying it's going to happen again? Nobody hits you just once. That's my problem, because that's the first thing I would want to say.
I would definitely not say that to
Well,
someone.
no, that's what I mean, though. How do you say that without saying that?
Well, I mean, maybe I would say something along the lines, okay, well, that sounds like a really unsafe situation. What can we do to make sure that doesn't happen again?
Yeah.
Something along those lines that kind of indicate that it is very possible that he will hit you again, but without saying it. So, like, it sounds like you're in a really unsafe situation. You're really unsure of how, you know, things are going to unfold. What can we do to make sure that you're safe in the future?
Yeah, or ask her what her concerns are, or what her concerns would be, or what her abuser would do if she did call the police.
Great. Anybody else?
He's been controlling and abusive for many, many months. So, and she's said that she, you know, so he has been obviously threatening her, but not hitting her. And the control and the abuse has got her to a point that she's scared enough to not call the police because of what he'll do. So she somewhere in her, she knows that she's in a very dangerous situation. And would it be okay for us to say something like, you know, she's hoping that it's a one-time event, but would it be okay if we were to say, generally, you know, people who who hit people or, you know, who abuse, it's, you know, it continues. It's usually not, in our experience or whatever, it's usually not a one-time event. I think deep down she knows that. Otherwise she has been controlled and abused for a long time. So I think she really knows it. So maybe we could just help her to acknowledge it within herself without us telling her.
Are those her words? Controlling and abusive? Because that makes a difference too. Because if she's saying
his partner has been controlling and abusive for many months.
But did Jill say that? Or did she say, well, my partner does this and this and this, and from that we're inferring he's controlling and abusive? Because we know what, like, for instance, financial abuse is. She might not consider that abuse. So if she does consider that abuse, then she understands in the back of her head that he's escalating. He's been controlling, and now he's being, you know, whatever, financially abusing her, et cetera, emotionally abusing her, et cetera. And now she's being hit. So that's a pattern of escalation right there. But I think that's an important distinction. Are those our words of description of the situation, or did Jill actually say he's been controlling and abusive? So I would need to know that distinction before I made any decision about that as well.
Yeah, that's a great point. So how do you think you would go about finding that out, if, you know, and getting that information to help her?
Well, again, if she's not coming right out and saying he's controlling and abusive, if she says something like he's keeping me from my friends, or he doesn't let me drive to the store by myself, or if she's kind of clammed up, you can ask those open-ended questions. If she just says he's controlling, why don't you tell me about that? What kind of actions do you consider controlling? What is he doing to make you feel like he's controlling you?
That's
And
great.
Suss it out from there.
Perfect. Yeah. Just asking open-ended questions. Could you tell me a little bit more about the situation? About what's happening?
Mm-hmm. And I really think that sentence that says, like, if we go back and look at the sentence that says, Jill is feeling really unsure about what to do. So that's telling us she's saying things like, I don't know what to do. Like, so she's in a way like asking like what her options are. So how would you go from there? Like, what are her options in this situation? Maybe that's
You know, what kind of options do you think we could offer to her?
I would ask her if she feels like if he came home, would she be in any immediate danger, and would she feel like maybe an emergency protective order might be in you know, an option? Or do you feel like you're in that much danger that you need to be protected against him? You know, and then if she says yes, then we would walk her through the process of an emergency protective order, and then, you know, go from there depending on what she says.
Okay.
I would ask her if she had any like family or friends that she felt comfortable staying with before he got home from work, or if he got or she got home from work. So then she could get out of the situation quickly and maybe confide in them.
You could also ask her if she felt like she needed medical attention, because when he hit her, you don't know if he broke her nose or anything like that. You don't know the extent. When someone says somebody hit him, they could be minimizing the degree of it.
Yep.
A really good point, Patricia.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Anybody else? So we're all great answers. Let's see what's next. Maybe. No, we're good. Ooh. There we go.
Okay.
Sorry, I just have a question about that last scenario. Like, is the emergency protective order like the only reporting option she has?
No, not at all. So she could report the assault to the police, and she could also go and just get a restraining order if it's within business hours.
Mm-hmm.
And she has a few ways of doing that. If she's working with an advocate, that can be e-filed. And she can also go into the court in person and do that in person. Yeah, an emergency order is more if something happens out of hours or on a weekend, and generally you would call the police, and the police are the ones then that would be filing that with the judge.
Great. And can I just ask also, like, what the so she could report it to the police, or she could possibly file a restraining order if she's in business hours?
Yep.
And so if she reports it to the police, like, are there similar protections that she would get, like, in the interim?
So if there was an assault that had happened and the police felt that they were able to arrest the perpetrator, then when the perpetrator is arrested and the bail commissioner comes out, the bail commissioner can issue a no contact order as part of the bail conditions, which works very similarly to a protection order. But there needs to be an arrest for that to happen. And many times when things happen, especially if somebody reports after the fact, it's more difficult for the police to make an arrest. So usually, me personally, when I've seen it happen where there's been an arrest made, it's been where the police have been alerted when there's an incident actually taking place, or right immediately after. In this scenario, it's more the next day, so I'm not sure whether there would be an arrest. In this case, it would depend on a whole bunch of factors. But yeah, a no contact order can be made by the police. Does that answer your question, Adrian?
Yes, that's really helpful. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Anybody else? Any questions or anything you want to add before we move on? No? Okay. All right. So Megan has joined us. Hi, Megan.
Hello.
And she's going to go over, well, before we move on, does anybody have any more questions about the criminal justice system or the police? No? Okay. So, Hi, Megan. If you want to introduce yourself to everybody, sorry. Feel free. Megan's going to go over what CACs look like, or child advocacy centers, where they do forensic interviews. So take it away, Megan.
All right. Hi, everyone. I am Megan Stewart. I am the Rochester site coordinator at Haven, and I coordinate all of the child advocacy center interviews that we go to. Am I starting with this slide, Kyla?
Yes, that's the first one.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes. So child advocacy centers are part of the criminal justice process, and the way we get involved is when a report has been made to DCYF. So it could be physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, anything really goes to DCYF, either from the parents, the guardians, concerned family, or teachers. I know you've probably already gone over the fact that we're all mandated reporters, so we often make reports as well for people. But it goes to DCYF if it is a family or household member. And then from there, DCYF coordinates with police if it's also an out-of-home offender, but it still starts with a report being made to DCYF. Then the police coordinate with DCYF and the child advocacy centers to schedule a forensic interview for the child. And that's the first step of the investigation. From there, it goes to the county attorney's office, where they can make a decision around whether or not they want to move forward with prosecution and bringing it to trial. The offender can be charged with various counts based on, what actually took place. Also, sidebar, my landlord is mowing the lawn. Can you all hear it? Oh, okay.
Tiny bit.
All right. Let me go.
It just sounds like a buzzing bee.
I'm gonna go close my window. I'll be right back.
Okay. Quick break. Is everybody hanging in there all right? This is a pretty quick portion of the day because we go into lunch after this. So
It's still really loud and I closed the window, but
it's fine. You're fine. You're fine.
So after the case goes to the county attorney's office, from there it can go to grand jury, trial, plea bargaining, and then a sentencing hearing if the defendant is convicted. But that is really long-term. Short-term is the forensic interview where we meet the family. And then if folks have specific questions, we either refer them to the family support specialist at the CAC or the victim witness advocates at the courts. So, like I said, a CAC interview will happen when abuse or neglect is reported, and that is regardless of how the report is made. But again, we do not have any part in coordinating the interview. So we can tell people, further down the line after this report is made, you can expect to go to the CAC with your child, but really the first step is the report. And then the rest of the coordination happens between police and DCYF. So what is the CAC? It is a safe environment for the evaluation of alleged child abuse and neglect for kids aged 3 to 18. It brings together police, DCYF, prosecution, all to a child-friendly, neutral location so that one interview is conducted rather than having the child or victim go to the police station, go to, courthouse to meet with a prosecutor. Everybody, each part of this multidisciplinary team is already present for the one interview. So the story doesn't have to be repeated over and over again. The folks conducting the interviews are called forensic investigators, and they are trained to work with kids and ask really specific questions to get all of the information that they need. So the kids are brought to the CAC by non-offending caregivers. So that could be a parent, a guardian, another family member. If they're in custody with the state, sometimes a DCYF caseworker brings them, or a foster parent. A whole bunch of people can bring the child, but never the offending caregiver or parent. Our role is to really provide support, answer questions, and kind of, explain our services and how we can help later on in the process. So we meet them at the CAC, again, after this interview has been scheduled. It comes to me, and then I send whoever is available to go. And we meet the family there. We sit with them in the waiting room. We wait with the kid because the parent goes back to meet with the multidisciplinary team for about 10 to 15 minutes at the beginning of the interview. So there's time for us to sit with the child or teen, and if they're old enough, we can get into, oh, how are you feeling about being here? How have you been doing as a result of whatever it is you're here for? Kind of get into what supports do you have? Who can you go to with, to talk to about this? And then if you think they would be interested in continuing to talk with an advocate, kind of explaining what we're here for and how we can help. And then we sit with the family while the child is in the interview. And same thing, you talked about VEAS a lot, so that is the bulk of what we're doing there. And understandably, the families end up needing quite a bit of support, so it's a really good connection point for us. But then just an interesting statistic, in municipalities where a CAC is utilized, there is a 40% increase in successful prosecution of child abuse cases. So they are effective. Some extra notes about the CAC. Like I said, non-offending caregivers should not be there, and offending caregivers should not be there. Non-offending caregivers should be there. Offending caregivers should not. Here we go. But anyway, they're not allowed into the interview while the interview is taking place. And if there are multiple kids there because maybe other siblings are involved, only one kid goes in at a time and other kids aren't allowed into the interview room. The CAC staff take time to explain to caregivers and the kids what they can expect of the process. And once the interview is over, the team discusses the results and what the next step should be.
Oh, look at that. Does anybody have any questions about CACs for Megan?
When the interview is happening, so that the caregiver that's with the child goes into the interview to support the child as well, right? Or is the child interviewed on their own?
The child's interviewed on their own. We are typically sitting in the waiting room with whoever brought them in. But it's just the interviewer and the child in the interview room.
what are the CACs that we serve, Megan? Where are they?
Yes, we serve 2. There is one in each county. So there is a Stratford County Child Advocacy Center that is located in Dover. And then the Rockingham Child Advocacy Center is located in Portsmouth. And then I don't know if it's noted anywhere, but in Stratford County, adults can be interviewed at the CAC. So the way that is scheduled is very similar. The initial report would be made to the police instead of DCYF because it's an adult. But then from there, the police will coordinate with the CAC to schedule a time to do that forensic interview. And the reasoning is the same. You know, it's more trauma informed to just have the one long interview where all of the questions are asked rather than have the survivor talk to multiple different people and repeat their story over and over again. So it's actually a really great way to get all of that information. So if adults call from Stratford County, we can still explain, you know, what this process looks like and that they might be referred to a CAC.
Any other questions before we break for lunch? No, you guys have done great. We're like, what, halfway through? Maybe a little less. So we're going to break for lunch. We have 11:45 to 12:30 scheduled. If it's 11:46, if everybody wants to take about 20 minutes, so till like 5 after 12, and then we'll come back. And I do want to show you a couple things. I am going to go over contact logs because I know they've come up briefly, and they are not in our schedule anywhere. So I did want to go over those with you guys and show you what they look like and like let you know what kind of information we need for them. So we'll talk about that a little. And if we have time, I'd also like to show you what the restraining order looks like so you guys have an idea of that and you're kind of familiar with it. So have a wonderful lunch, eat something really wonderful and yummy. And Joe and Louise, thank you so much for coming. You did a wonderful job, and have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, we'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Right. But how did people get involved with both? That's what I'm wondering, because I'm very aware of what the other one does, but I didn't know how do you connect into the Haven one so that you have the emotional support as well.
So they would usually, if they hadn't already connected with us organically through other ways, that they would connect. They would give us, the client, the information to connect with us as well.
Is that a normal part of the process that they would give the client the information to connect with you guys?
If they feel it appropriate, yes.
Okay.
But generally a client gets the information for us prior through the process. So, you know, if there's a police report made or the hospital or anything like that.
Okay. It's interesting.
Your question, Patricia, or?
It was a question because I went through that process years ago.
Okay.
And the day of court, I couldn't handle it mentally. The only one I had on my side that I knew of was that other advocate. I had no emotional support, zero. And so I feel like I could have proceeded further if I had had some support from like people like Haven, but it was never offered to me or anything. I didn't even know it was available. So I was wondering if they made that available to people today.
I think things have improved over the years and there's still a lot of improvements to be made, but yeah, I I think generally that if they feel it appropriate, I know some of the like is Amy that works with the police department is one of them. And I know she would definitely refer if she felt it was appropriate.
So I was just curious about that, if it was new or how it got, so that people had your support.
Yeah, and they get referred at so many different parts of the process. It really depends on everybody's individual situation as to who tends to refer them. A lot of the times it's the police department.
All righty, thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll wait for a few more people to join us, and Joe decided to stay so that she could go over contact logs, because she is the contact log guru.
The data queen.
The data queen.
No, the data diva.
Okay.
Ooh, I
Data
like that.
diva. That's better.
The data diva, that's good.
Yeah, projects attitude.
It does. And I know Kate C is with us. By the way, she messaged and said she was here. I think she just doesn't have her screen on yet. So just so we know, I'm just waiting for a couple more people. All right, Joe, I think we have enough of the people back if you want to get started, because we do, I mean, I want to stay on time, so it's 10 after, so, and it'll be recorded. If somebody misses a little bit, they should be able to go back.
Yes.
And I'm setting myself timers for the afternoon while you.
You're so good. Alrighty. So the topic of contact logs, super exciting and wonderful. So what's a contact log? So there's this thing that we do for each, it's a form. It's a paper form that we fill out for every time that we interact with a client. So every phone call or email or text or accompaniment, whether we see them at the CACs or the courthouse, police station, anytime we interact with a client, we make a brief record of that. And why do we do that? because of funding. We're a nonprofit organization, and we get our funding from grants and from wonderful people who donate their money. And the wonderful people who donate their money are interested in periodically hearing about what kind of impact we're having on the community and how many people we're helping. And the people with the grants, the grant funders, they also want to hear that. And some of the grants even have things associated with them with serving particular underserved populations, okay? So just like anytime the police do something, they write a report. Anytime we do something with a client, we write up a contact log. So for Unites and Weekend folks, you won't have to do your own. What you'll do is you'll call in during the daytime and talk to Kyla or me or Louise or Megan or somebody else. And in the beginning, it'll be Kyla though. Still the way you do that, right, Kyla? Okay.
Yes, yeah. I haven't been these last few weeks, but usually I let volunteers know they can just call me directly during my office hours.
Okay. And in particular for the first ones, I'm thinking, as I recall, because it's an opportunity to connect about how your experience is going and such.
Yep.
So for your first few, you're gonna call in and talk to Kyla, and you're gonna tell her some basic information. So like time of day. Oh, so first of all, Kyla, I was on shift last night. Okay, and I took a call at 11:05. Okay, and it lasted for about 20 minutes. Okay, and ideally the name of the person you talk to. First name is fine. If they don't give you the real first name, that's okay too, because that's their choice. And phone number. So those are the most basic pieces of information, and you pretty much get that anytime you talk with a client, because there's the way our hotline works is it goes through an answering service. And when you're on a volunteer shift, Unite and Weekend folks, you're going to get a phone call from the service and say, oh, there's a call from Maria and her number is 555-1212. So right off the bat, you've got a first name and a phone number. Okay. You daytime folks, similar interaction with a service and getting a name and a number to start out the interaction. While you're on a call with a client, whether it's night, weekend, or daytime, it's a great idea to have a pen and paper handy and take a few notes. It helps you as the advocate to stay on track and to be offering options and asking relevant questions. And then your notes, that when the call is over, those notes are your source of information for when you're talking to Kyla or whoever to call in your contact logs. Any questions so far? Doesn't this sound like exciting and fun? Oh, come on. Kyla's a lot of fun to talk to here.
Aren't you glad I made you come back early from lunch?
Yes. Okay, I know you just had lunch. It's okay. So when you're talking with the lovely Kyla, you've got a phone number, you've got a name, and you know how long it took because you're talking on your cell phone, and you can easily look at your call log, your recent call history on your cell phone to see how long it was. Then you look at your notes. And your notes from the conversation. And you can see how from some of our recent scenarios that we were doing today, how you get some insight into a little bit of the client's life and their situation. Like one of them was her boyfriend, they were living together, her boyfriend hit her, it was the first time. Okay, so right away then that gives you the relationship type they're living together, how often what happened. So that's physical abuse. You may have, in the course of the conversation, it may come up whether there's been any previous victimization. Like for her, for example, if she said to you, oh, nothing like this has ever happened to me before, okay, then, you know, there's no prior victimization there. When you're safety planning, one of the things we talked about with safety planning was, are there kids? You know, so then you're going to get, if you happen to ask that question, that tells you if there's any children in the home. And things about, and what may come up is what kind of age they are, roughly, and what kind of income level. Those two don't come up nearly as often, but sometimes you get some insight into it, depending on where the conversation goes.
Sometimes you get people who really like to tell you everything about themselves, so you have all of that information when you're done. Just depends on the person. Some people like really give you a lot of detail when they're telling you their story, and some people don't. So
yeah.
How would you frame the conversation to find out like vital parts of information, like their address or whatever? Like if you
you don't need it. No. Really, the most vital information you can get, and it's helpful to have because it enables you to help them better and give them better resource, is what town they're calling from. You don't need an address. You don't need unless you're like helping someone make a report with DCYF, then you don't need an address. You don't need very telling information. You just need the basics. And so I try to remember when I do a hotline call, I do try and just politely ask them, do you mind telling me what town you're calling from so I can, give you better resources and help you better. The town is really important because it gives you a frame of like, are they calling from Rockingham or Stratford? Right. What police department or court will they be working with? It gives you that kind of information. So I wouldn't ever ask for an address unless you're helping someone make a report to DCYF, and then that would be appropriate.
Yeah. And likewise, I wouldn't come right out and ask, how old are you? Or how much money what's your household income? Do you have any disabilities?
Personal,
What's that?
So that sounds like really personal information, and it's kind of like weird to ask them like outright, like, oh, how much money do you make? So like, it's kind of hard to like ask that.
Yeah. Right. So so let me be very clear. We're not asking you to ask these questions right out.
Okay.
It's just something to make note of if someone gives you that information. Yes. Because it does help. It helps you provide better services. We have 10 minutes. My alarm just went off.
Okay.
So it helps you provide better services. What was I saying? I got distracted by my alarm.
They're talking about income.
Yeah.
They're talking about income and age.
Oh yeah. If those things come up naturally in the conversation to help, like if they're giving you that information, take notes. That's what I was saying. Note taking while you're talking to somebody, and I wouldn't like out and out be like, oh, sorry, could you repeat that? I'm taking notes. Like you don't want to do that, but it helps you remember when you go back to do your contact log or call your contact log in, then you have those notes and you will remember a name, a phone number, the basics. If you get any of that information, income, ethnicity, disability, you'll have like a quick note. You don't need detailed notes about what they're calling you about, but if they're calling about emotional domestic violence, you can take note of that. If they're calling about physical, if they're calling about sexual assault, you can make note of that. You don't need to take detailed notes about what they're calling about. just enough to help you provide them resources and help us fill out a contact log, if that makes sense.
Perfect. Very, very well said. And for those of you who are on daytime, so AVAPs, interns, and any daytime volunteers, there will be further training on filling out contact logs because many of you, definitely the AVAPs and maybe also the interns, will be filling out your contact logs on your own. And so for those of you who will be filling your own contact logs out, you'll get more training, which means you get to see my smiling face again with an actual contact log and to go into the details of how to fill one out.
And also, when you do take notes, when you are done, I know we talked about this briefly the other night, they need to be destroyed after.
Yes.
You cannot leave them like lying around your house for roommates or partners to see. What I like to do is I try to keep one notebook. Sometimes it gets away from me and I have a couple, but I keep one notebook for note taking, and then I either shred it at work or I like to burn them in my backyard. Just be like, poof, they're gone. I'm done. I did my part. It's kind of like a letting go process too. When you destroy them, like you can be like, hey, I spent this moment in time with this person and I helped them as best as I could. And then it's like a really great way to physically let go of the work you've done. So, but we'll talk about that more with night staff too. But anyway, destroy them after you're done doing your contact logs.
Is it okay to take notes electronically, digitally?
For you, so multi-level answer. Tracy, you're an AVAP. You'll be provided with a Haven issued laptop. You can take notes on your Haven issued laptop.
Okay,
but
good.
not on your personal.
Not on my own.
Not on any personal.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So for AVAPs, the answer is you can use your Haven issued laptop, but not, but only that. For the rest of you, interns, volunteers, please do not put electronic notes onto your personal devices. Please, please, please. Because even though if you, as you may already be aware, even if you delete those files, that stuff still, portions of it still stick around on the device, unless of course you do a government level clearing of the device, and nobody ever does that. So
super duper magnets. Like
yeah, yeah, great big magnet. Yeah.
All right. So
any other questions?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for listening.
Great. Yeah, that's contact logs. So we can move right into the afternoon. We're going to move into lab calls. That stands for lethality assessment program or process. Which one is it?
Protocol.
Protocol. Thank you.
Yes.
I knew it was a P word. So Megan's going to go over that with us, but I am going to screen share again.
And this is where Louise and I drop off.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So bye everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you
Pleasure to
guys
meet
so
you.
much.
See you again soon.
You guys are wonderful. Thanks a lot. All right. Why this is back here. Sorry, let me go forward, you guys. Oh, it came up. Okay. We are not out to lunch. All right, Megan, you ready?
Yes. All right. So lab call stands for lethality assessment protocol. I also thought it was program, so good to know. So the purpose of the lab call is to connect clients that are in high lethality situations with crisis center advocates. So it's a protocol that we work with the police. So if you want to move to the next slide.
Next slide.
So some quick statistics on DV and especially homicides in New Hampshire. Between 2009 and 2015, 58% of homicides were domestic violence related. And between 2014 and 2015, 81% of those victims were women. In 44% of the cases, firearms were the leading cause of death. And in 22% of the murders, strangulation was the cause of death. 61% of victims were murdered in the home that they shared with the offender. And then a local case back in April of 2018 in Dover, a woman named Megan Thomas, who was 36, was stabbed to death by her boyfriend of 4 years, Daniel Barnes, who later killed himself. So a few more statistics. 3 American women are murdered each day by their husband or boyfriend. 20% of additional victims of domestic violence homicides are family members and children. 54% of mass shootings involve a perpetrator who has killed an intimate partner or family member. And then 22% of all officers killed in the line of duty are killed on a domestic violence call. So this is just to give, more of an understanding that domestic violence is really often lethal, and, weapons are often involved as well. So are these incidences preventable? The answer is yes.
Hold on, can't get it to go forward, sorry.
Thanks to years of research, many experts consider these types of killings among the most predictable and preventable of all murders because they often follow well-established patterns. So the photo on the left, can you click ahead, Kyla?
Yes.
So that is Jackie Campbell, that's okay. And she created the lethality assessment. Now it says program. Protocol.
That's fun.
At Johns Hopkins School of Nursing. As part of a fatality review committee, she and others examined domestic violence homicides to find gaps in the system and identify opportunities to reduce reassaults and save lives. And reassaults would be continuing instances of violence. In 50% of domestic violence related homicides, officers had previously responded to a call there. So that just kind of goes to show that this violence does escalate, it does continue, and police are often involved, multiple times.
Oh, and now we have a video. So if everybody wants to mute.
And what the police officers said is oftentimes they would walk away from a home and they would have a gut feeling or have observed things that made them think, this is dangerous. Maybe or maybe not, there was an arrest warranted. But they went away thinking, and that victim is never going to call that number. I just feel like, they're never going to follow up. And so I think the police officers were right. We had relatively little follow-up with domestic violence service organizations from women. So in great part, the LAP was so that police officers had something to do, an actual protocol to follow, to determine whether indeed it was a high-risk case, whether their gut feeling about this was correct, and have some evidence-based criteria to determine that. And then also to be able to actually help the victim make that phone call that night or that day on the scene.
So that, again, that was Jackie Campbell, who created the LAP protocol. So of 4,000 victims killed or nearly killed, 90% would have screened in as high danger. So as Jackie was just kind of talking about, there is not so much levels, but a system to screen someone in for a high lethality case. So here, that statistic saying of the 4,000 victims killed, 90% would have screened in. So 90% would have fallen into the category of high danger or high lethality. Reassault of victims in high lethal situations was reduced by 60% if they did call a crisis center. And yet the research showed that victims killed by partners had very seldom reached out to victims, so about only 4%. And why is advocacy the critical link? The goal of the LAP is to encourage victims to utilize support and shelter services of DV programs and crisis centers because it can prevent serious injury, reassault, and homicide. So how does the whole program work? There is a domestic violence incident. The officers respond to the call and initiate that screening that I just mentioned. And we'll show that form in just a minute, but there are 12 questions that the officer goes through with the victim. And usually this occurs while the victim and perpetrator are separated. So they would never do this, hopefully, in front of the perpetrator, but the officer goes through a series of questions with the victim to determine, how lethal that situation is. And certain responses on that form trigger the protocol referral if that, victim is in high lethal situation. And then the officer themselves call our hotline, and most of the time are patched through directly. So there's not so much time in between us calling them back, but sometimes we do end up calling back, and it's fine, but they will be patched through and asked to speak to an advocate, and we go from there. So this is the form. These are the 12 questions. I'll read through them. I'll read through them, but has he or she ever threatened you with a weapon? Has he or she ever threatened to kill you or your children? Do you think he or she might try to kill you? So these first three, a yes response to any of these three automatically triggers the call to Haven. But if these three are no, and then they answer yes to at least 4 of the next section, that will also trigger the call to us. So does he or she have a gun, or can he or she get one easily? Has he or she ever tried to choke you? Has he or she ever forced you to have sex when you did not wish to do so? Is he or she violently or constantly jealous, or does he or she control most of your daily activities? Have you left him or her or separated after living together or being married? Is he or she unemployed? Has he or she ever threatened to kill himself or herself? Do you have a child that he or she knows is not his or hers? And does he or she follow or spy on you or leave threatening messages? Does anyone have any questions about this form, or do any of these questions stand out to you or surprise you? Anything about this? So this is
just the bottom of the, yeah.
Yeah, the bottom half of that same form. The officer can ask, is there anything else that worries you about your safety? and then go through the protocol, which is down there at the bottom. So call your crisis center hotline, tell them your name, department, and that it is a lap call, give them your callback number. And a good note is that we are usually calling the officer's number, not the victim's. So, and we're, as the hotline advocate, we are taking this information as well, like name of the officer, department, the fact that it's a lap call. All that.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes.
This is the form that the police officer. These are the questions. Okay, so how did we get involved in this? Did the police officer call the advocate, call Haven?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't get a copy of this form. This is for the police, and we have this form sometimes sitting in front of us when we take the call, and the officer can tell us, okay, Jane Doe answered yes to 13579, whatever. And we say, okay, we don't really do anything with that information, but it just kind of helps to paint a picture of what the situation is and, how lethal it could be. And we go from there, but we don't necessarily take down any of the questions that they answered yes to. Again, it's just to help give a better.
It also does give you a great guide as to like what kind of questions you also want to ask the survivor when you talk to them. You do have a copy of this in your resource guide, and it's great to know, like, if she answered yes to being choked or strangled, it's great to know that you can also say to him or her when you talk to them, do you need to seek medical attention? Because it gives you an idea of what kind of an assault took place. So it might, like, if you get one, it doesn't help to have this in front of you just for that information. But really, when you are patched through to the officer, or you call the officer back, the information that is really pertinent for you to get is the town, the officer's name, the victim's name, and also I usually ask if the perp has been arrested, because that gives you an idea of if our client is going to be safe for at least the evening, or for a few hours that day. It gives them time to get a protective order in place or find somewhere safe to go if they need to. Yep. Let me get the next slide.
So research shows that for 28 to 33% of victims, the homicide or attempted homicide was the first act of violence, which shows that physical violence isn't necessarily the most accurate predictor of homicide. This means that when assessing for risk of homicide, first responders need to also look for non-physical tactics that abusers use, many of which would not even be classified as crimes that could indicate the victim is in danger of being killed. So a physical act of violence, we see it quite a bit, would be strangulation, and clients or victims often refer to it as choking, which is why that wording is used on the lap form. Choking actually refers to something caught in your airway, like a piece of food. Kyla, thank you. Yep. What does strangulation deprive your body of? Does anyone know?
Oxygen.
Oxygen. The ability to scream.
That is true.
Yes.
For the purpose of this slideshow, people think that it does cut off airflow, but in fact, it cuts off blood to the brain. But oftentimes, oxygen is absolutely restricted as well. So yes, to both. But Strangulation does cut off blood to your brain, which is why it can so quickly and easily cause brain damage as well as death. If your partner has strangled you in the past, your risk of being killed by them is 10 times higher. And strangulation is actually one of the most lethal forms of domestic violence, which is why it's incredibly important to ask if that has happened before. If it's happened multiple times, it's just a very big indicator of lethality. Unconsciousness can occur within seconds and death within minutes when someone is strangled, and death can also occur hours, days, or even weeks later as a result of the damage done during a strangulation. So again, back to that form, if the victim answered yes to 1, 2, or 3, they are automatically screened in. If they answered yes to 4 of the second set of questions, again, automatically screened in. And then an interesting note, if they say no to all of them or no to more than 3 of the questions at the bottom, but the officer still believes it's appropriate to give us a call, they can do so. The person doesn't have to actually screen in for the officer to make that phone call, and oftentimes we do get calls from officers. You know, sometimes they've responded to incidents at that home multiple times, and they just say, hey, I responded to this call today. The person didn't screen in, but I do think you should talk with them. And then we would take down the same information, you know, officer, department, town, and then the victim's name as well, but it just wouldn't necessarily be an actual lab call.
So
Good thing that it's happening.
if we were to call, if we call back, does the victim know that we're going to be calling?
So,
or do we say, you know, the policeman gave me your name, I'm just checking in to see how you're doing? What's the protocol there?
Yep, and we will go through all of that. That's a great question. The officer ideally is saying, it is protocol for me to call the domestic violence agency in our area. You can speak with an advocate if you'd like to, and the victim can refuse and say that they do not want to talk to us. That is actually pretty common, but the officer still has to make the call regardless of whether or not the victim wants to speak to us.
Right, so we could call and the victim might decide that they might say they don't want to speak to anybody.
Correct.
Right.
Yes. And in that case, we talk to the officer only, and we still take down all of the information that they give us. We just don't end up speaking with the victim. And there's going to be a slide in a few minutes that shows some information to go over with the officer in the event that the victim doesn't want to talk to us.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Are you good with this one?
No, not yet. So before the call is made to Haven, the officer uses very specific language when talking with the victim. And that language is, people in this situation have been seriously injured or killed. And that's to, you know, reinforce how dangerous the situation is. Then the officer tells the victim that they will call an advocate to get information and to help them and encourage them to consider speaking to us. So when we receive these lab calls, during the daytime, they go directly to our hotline. And again, they can be patched through from our service, or we are given a call back number to call. On nights and weekends, they are patched in by the answering service.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do end up calling them back in the middle of the night. And honestly, like, just as a really quick side note, if you get a lab call at 2 a.m. and you're a volunteer on, if you need a minute to kind of gather yourself, be sure to ask the person from the answering service. You can just say, hey, can I just have a minute to wake up a little bit? And they're usually good about waiting until you say, okay, I'm ready to patch the officer through.
And that's actually what's currently happening during daytime as well, because we are using our answering service 24 hours due to COVID. So daytime calls actually go through our service now as well. So again, the advocate will record the officer's name and callback number if it is not being patched in. Just as a note, the entire call should last no more than 10 minutes because you are using the officer's cell phone most of the time, and you know, the officer is responding to a DV call, so it's intended to be quick. But the first thing the officer should tell you is that this is a lap call. I'm from Farmington PD, my name, and I'm standing with the victim. Okay, never mind. I'm on scene with Jane Doe, who was assaulted earlier this evening by her husband. He is in custody at this time and probably won't be released until tomorrow. Jane has answered yes to questions 2, 5, 8, and 9, and she has agreed to talk to you.
And sometimes officers do this automatically. Sometimes you do need to ask them. It just depends on the officer. Sometimes they know the protocol, and sometimes you kind of have to ask them those questions to get that information. Because sometimes they will honestly be like, and what do you need from me? So in that case, don't be afraid to ask for all of that information.
So a couple of notes on best practice. Like I said, law enforcement are trained to say out loud what each factor has resulted in the victim screening in as high danger. For example, and this is on the phone with an advocate, they're trained to say the victim has stated her boyfriend has choked her and threatened her with a gun. And this is supposed to further underscore to the victim just how lethal the situation is. In reality, though, most police departments are still just stating the number of each question that they responded yes to. And that is what typically happens. So on our end, we're going to first introduce ourselves. You know, hi, my name is Megan. I'm an advocate with Haven. And then using the officer's name, we'll say, thank you, Officer Smith, for calling us tonight. And if they haven't already given us this information, you can ask, what has happened? Where is the offender now? Have you discussed an emergency restraining order with the victim? Is there a no contact order in place as part of bail conditions? Any other specific concerns you have or additional information? And do they want to speak with an advocate? All right, so when victims do not want to speak with us, again, you can ask the officer, have you discussed emergency protective orders or just protective orders in general? Please write down our free and confidential 24-hour hotline and give it to the victim. Can you let the victim know that Haven can help with restraining orders, safety planning, and emergency shelter? And please let them know that they can go to our offices to meet with an advocate Monday through Friday, 9 to 4. Thank the officer for calling and end the call. And just as an aside, our offices are actually only open right now by appointment. So you really want to encourage the client to call our hotline first.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
If the victim does want to speak with us, again, we introduce ourselves. I'm a confidential advocate with Haven. Have you heard of Haven? If they haven't, just to quickly explain that we provide free and confidential support to people experiencing similar things to what you've been through. We have a 24-hour hotline. We can help with restraining orders, emergency shelter, and provide emotional support and information. And then using the same language that the officer hopefully has, we want to reinforce the danger. So I understand Officer Smith asked you some questions about your situation, and based on your answers, people in similar situation have been seriously hurt or killed. I'm really concerned for your safety. This is language that we want to be using that isn't typical for, you know, a normal advocacy, but in these situations, it's really important that we are being, you know, more direct, a little more severe and intentional, because reinforcing that the situation is really lethal and dangerous. That is the point of the lab call. So we want to reduce, you know, further acts of violence, and we want to educate the clients around, you know, how serious their situation is. And we do that by, you know, using some more strong language that we wouldn't typically use on a regular hotline call. And it can be uncomfortable, but we'll do some role plays, and it's just an important part of this process to reinforce people in situations like yours have been seriously hurt or killed. And then what we do next with clients on the phone is discuss safety planning. And that's typically for the next 12 to 24 hours. So do you feel safe staying where you are? If not, who can you stay with? Are you interested in a restraining order? If they are, you can let them know, or regardless, you can let them know that it can grant you temporary custody of your kids and pets, use of your home, your car, and prohibit the offender from contacting or abusing you. What can you do to be safe after the officer leaves? And then we can offer follow-up calls. If the call is going a little longer than 10 minutes, or there just seems to be a lot of information and this client needs a lot more support, or just in general would be helpful to have a follow-up call in when there's less going on. And you can say something like, we have to keep this conversation brief, but we would really like to continue supporting you. Would it be okay if an advocate called you later to follow up? If the victim says yes, try to pick a specific time that works for them, like maybe 4 p.m. this afternoon or tomorrow morning. And the follow-up call can be as soon as 15 to 20 minutes, or a few hours later, or the next business day.
This is really the only time we will offer them a follow-up call like that. Like that would be that immediate. Like I know I've taken a lab call in the middle of the night before, and it wasn't convenient for us to talk because there was so much going on, and she did want to talk to me, but she asked if, when I offered her the follow-up call, she was like, can you call me back in like 30 minutes? And I was like, sure. And that's really the only time we do that. So like usually on a normal hotline call, if somebody was like, can you call me back? Our answer to them is, well, when it's convenient, you can call the hotline back and there will be an advocate available to speak to you. But in this case, you can do a follow-up call, you know, a half hour to a few hours later, if they'd like it.
So for that follow-up call, we're wanting to obviously get the victim's phone number and asking, is it safe to leave a message? Do you accept block calls? Because our number does come in as restricted or no caller ID. In addition to a follow-up call, we can encourage the victim to go, nope, we don't want them to go to your office.
You can tell them to call the hotline to request an appointment.
Yes, but for now, let's leave it at a follow-up call. And in our conversation about restraining orders, if it's emergency, again, those emergency restraining orders are granted during hours when the courts are not open. If it's during the day, we can tell them, you know, it looks like Dover District is the closest courthouse to you. Would you like to meet an advocate there, or something like that? But really, we want to encourage that follow-up call because all of that information can be given later and probably will be better absorbed by the client. You want to thank them for talking with you, commend their courage, and remind them that we are here 24 hours a day and that we're free and confidential, and then ask to speak to the officer again.
I have a question about the appointments. How far in advance do they have to make an appointment? I don't know what the staffing situation is, but if we say, you know, due to COVID, we need to do this by appointment. If they say, okay, I can be there in half an hour, is that enough time for us to be ready for them?
Probably, honestly, like our offices are staffed. It's really just a COVID policy that we're wanting those appointments to be scheduled out. But that would be, you know, a conversation to have with a supervisor, you know, pass it along to a coordinator. You can just say, I just took this lab call. They're interested in coming into an office for an appointment, and then we will go from there, because in some cases, yes, 30 minutes is enough time. In some cases, no. So it really depends on the office and then the availability of staff. So I would say pass it to a coordinator and then we will go from there.
Yeah, and probably the appropriate coordinator, like whichever office the person is closest to. So if it were Portsmouth, you could call Joe. If it were Rochester, you could call Megan, and Karen, sorry, in Portsmouth, sorry. Karen for Portsmouth, Louise for Epping, and Megan for Rochester.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And so this PowerPoint encourages us to speak with the officer after we speak with the victim. More often than not, the call will end with the victim. But if you are able to speak to the officer again, because what ends up happening is the officer just takes their phone back and ends the call. That's what typically happens. But if you do get back on the call with the officer, just keep in mind that the conversation you just had with the victim is confidential, and just again ask, can you please make sure to give the victim our 24-hour hotline, and can you reiterate that our advocates are available
for support.
Word. Thank the officer for calling and helping the victim, and complete the follow-up call if it's still your shift, or pass it to office staff or night staff, depending on when the call comes in. So can you go through all of these?
Mm-hmm. Oops.
So just to recap, the goals are to reinforce the lethality of the situation, to safety plan for the immediate future, which it often looks like 12 to 24 hours, coordinate a follow-up plan, and keep the call short, no longer than 10 minutes. Are there any questions right now? So we already talked about how this advocacy can look a little different, but keeping in mind that the victim didn't initiate the call and that the victim might not have called the police for the incident. So oftentimes the whole situation is kind of taken out of their hands. The victim might be in shock, so don't be thrown off by a monotone manner. Also a kind of a combative manner that is also pretty typical. This might be the first time they realize the lethality of their situation. An advocate, might need to be more directive about this because it's about survival at this point. And as advocates, we want to ask very specific, direct questions as opposed to the open-ended questions that we typically might be asking.
I have a question, I think. I'm wondering if you or anyone that's has worked with Haven has had like a call, like a lab call where you actually don't trust the officer, like you don't even trust the officer in the situation, because I'm just thinking of cases like the recent one in Dover where like the perpetrator like was a cop himself, and like I don't even know what Haven's role in like what that would like look like, or is there extra follow-up we do, or are we kind of just like we're there for the person, we're there for the survivor, and that's that kind of.
If I'm understanding your question correctly, we might not agree with what the police are choosing to do in that moment, like not issue an emergency restraining order. Maybe for whatever reason the officer felt like it didn't require that order, even though, oh look, they did screen in for a high lethality situation, but I'm feeling like we don't need to issue an emergency restraining order right now. It's a tough situation, but that's really where the follow-up call is important, because then you can speak to the victim when they're maybe not standing right in front of the officer, explore more safety planning options. And it's tough because we're not there to, argue with the police. They are the ones responding to the incident, and ultimately they're the ones that can even grant something like a protective order. We can't do that, but we can educate the client on these are your rights right now. This is what can be put in place to protect you. Kyla, any thoughts?
I think, yeah, and I think to add to that, we can only go on the information that the officer gives us. Even if for some reason you have a sneaking suspicion or your instincts are kind of like, oh, this seems off to me. The only really information we can get is from the officer. So at that point, no matter what comes in, we go with the information that they give us.
Okay.
Does that help? I know it doesn't feel like a great answer, because sometimes it is like they assess really quickly, and sometimes they don't assess appropriately, because we know that when defending themselves, sometimes victims can look like the aggressors, and sometimes they've been pushed, and then they snap. Right. So we have to go with what the information that's in front of us.
Okay.
I know it's not a great answer, and sometimes, sometimes they do get it wrong, but we can only go with what the officer gives us.
Okay.
And that's where safety planning is very important. So where are you going to go? If something's not going to be provided to you to keep you safe, where can you go? Who can you call? And then the next business day is when you would go to the court.
All right.
So between 2008 and 2013, Maryland saw a 32% drop in domestic violence related deaths. And while this decrease cannot be directly attributed to the lab alone, increasing participation in the lab was an important factor. So it is a critical connection between victim and crisis agency. So the outcomes of this protocol, we increase awareness of danger and lethality, causes greater consideration of proactive interventions, it educates the system participants, allows victims to learn of vital support services at Haven, and improves collaboration, communication, and services provided by police as well as advocates. And then what to do when calls come from outside of our catchment area, and this does happen. So we don't turn the call away or send the officer to the correct agency. When it first comes in, we'll go ahead and complete that call like a regular lab call. But during the follow-up contact with the victim, we'll explain that another center might be better equipped to deliver ongoing support services, and we can give them the information to the crisis center that's closest to them. And then on the next available business day, our office staff will contact the appropriate crisis center and just let them know, Officer Smith called from this town, so that they can contact that police department and, educate them on the correct agency to be calling. But we'll still go ahead and complete that call like a regular lap. So in terms of what information to get for contact logs, you want to make a note of whether you spoke with the officer only or with the victim as well. Note the name of officer and police department, the number of the officer, and the number of the victim if they want a follow-up call. Does anyone have any questions before we get into scenarios? Okay. So you receive a lap call from Dover PD. Officer Davis tells you that the victim, Miriam, is a 45-year-old woman who screened in as high danger. The offender is her ex-husband who broke into her home, broke her phone when she tried to call 911, and threatened to kill her. Her teen daughter called the police. He is also recently unemployed and has a history of strangling her. She does want to speak with an advocate. What do you ask Officer Davis when you speak to him first?
Is he is he detained?
That's a good one.
Yeah, does she need medical assistance?
You could
can
ask
Miriam directly.
Yeah, I would ask her that directly. I wouldn't ask the officer that. Like, if you have an idea that they've been severely injured, then if you had the chance to talk to her at that point, that's when you would ask her if she needed medical attention.
First, I would thank the officer for calling Haven, and then ask them if they already haven't explained completely. But it looks like they have, so I guess that would be the next step, is if they haven't explained, ask what happened, and then ask if the offender has been detained, like someone else had said, and then ask them if they have spoken to the victim about emergency protective orders, and then ask them if there's any other information that they need to know about the advocate. And then it says right here that she does want to speak to an advocate, so I guess that would be when the call would be turned over to the...
Would you ask them what she assessed on those numbers that you talked about earlier?
Yep.
Which ones what she said yes on or no on?
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. You could just say, what numbers did she answer yes to? Again, that gives you a great idea of what the situation is. Yep.
What would you say to Miriam when you spoke with her?
You say that women that are in her situation are highly likely to be seriously injured? Is that the way you would put it, or killed?
Yep.
That in a lap call, you don't beat around the bush like you do on other calls.
Right.
Right. How lethal the situation is and how dangerous it is to her.
Yep. Absolutely.
Right away, introduce myself as an advocate of Haven, let her know that it's a confidential service, and ask her if she knows about Haven.
Yep. Yep. Great. What else would you work on in that quick call with Miriam?
I would begin safety planning with her if I feel like she's in the right mind to, if she's not, kind of like super traumatized and like super emotional at this point. I would ask her if she felt safe staying where she was, and if the answer to that was no, is there somewhere that you can go? Do you have a neighbor's house or a friend's house? Does your mom live nearby? And then ask her if she was interested in a temporary restraining order, because that could give her temporary custody of her kids or pets, or also prevent the offender from entering her home within that period of protection. And then ask her what she's going to do after the officer leaves to keep herself safe.
Yep. Great.
They're all great.
And then what would you offer for after the call?
Follow-up call.
Wonderful.
And try and assess a time if she's feeling unsafe. How soon would she like it, or tomorrow, whatever.
Perfect.
Great.
And then
I have a question.
Yep.
Could you also, like, when the officer initially calls, could you ask him to give the Haven information to the daughter, because like she just witnessed that and like also might be suffering from abuse or past abuse?
Yes, that's a great idea.
Absolutely, that's great. Yeah. Yep.
And then to recap, how long should the whole call last?
10 minutes.
Yep.
I just want to say, I feel like, I forget who said it because my brain is mush today, about giving the information to the daughter, or was it the daughter?
Yep.
Yeah. I feel like that would apply to like anybody in the situation that was just a witness of the situation. So if it happened to be the neighbor that called the police or anything like that, I feel like that would be really important information to pass along, that anybody would have been there for as a witness.
Good. All right.
All right, another scenario. You get a lap call from Officer Smith from Epping. The victim, David, is a 32-year-old man who was assaulted by his partner in their apartment. His boyfriend has a history of threatening him if he ever called the police, extreme jealousy, and forcing unwanted sexual contact. The victim does not want to speak with an advocate. What do you ask Officer Smith?
Let's start with the same questions. What, brain fart. What questions did he say yes to on the lethality assessment?
What else?
If they arrested the person,
Yep.
there's a temporary restraining order on them.
Yep.
Could you ask the officer to give Haven a hotline number so that if he changes his mind,
right,
he could always call and let him know that it's a 24-hour service?
Perfect.
Yep.
So going along with that, what information do you share with Officer Smith?
Haven provides free, confidential services to victims of abuse.
Yes.
We have a 24-hour hotline. He can call anytime.
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yep.
Is there anything you can offer David for after Officer Smith leaves?
The hotline number?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Offer to. He doesn't want to speak to an advocate. I mean, we could tell the officer that we would have a follow-up call with him if David wanted that.
Yeah, he might not want to speak to an advocate right now, but he might tomorrow or a week from now, or So I would still offer it, yeah.
Well, I would offer in that situation, I would just make sure that the officer, I mean, because if he doesn't want to speak to us, then chances are we don't hear from them at all if they don't want to speak to us. So I think the key there is just making sure to keep reiterating a couple times with the officer that, please give him our hotline number and tell him it is 24 hours and confidential.
And then what are your goals for this conversation with the officer?
To make sure that you get the information that he got on that questionnaire about what things.
To ensure David has all the right information that he needs after the officer leaves.
Yes, exactly.
Great.
Any questions?
Questions? No? All right. And you can always, if you think of a question, you can always put it in the chat. So if something comes to you as we go on the rest of the afternoon, feel free to put any questions you have in the chat. All right. It was a lot to take in. You guys did excellently with those scenarios, and I'm so impressed with all of you. Actually, it's great. All right. Victims' compensation, we are running slightly behind by a few minutes, so I'm going to run through this really quickly. The victims' compensation program is something that you can offer to victims of a crime, and they can apply for it, and it would cover, it would cover like maybe therapy if, if someone's sexually assaulted and needed therapy and wanted to get therapy after. It could cover that. It can cover medical expenses. It can cover any clothing lost, like if they have to give, if a victim has to give up their clothing at the hospital as evidence, it can replace that. It can cover a myriad of things. We'll blow through this, and I will definitely recommend that you talk to your supervisors about this when you get a chance. If you're a volunteer, I will definitely go over this with you in more detail when we do our post meeting, but we'll blow through this really quick. The Victims' Compensation Program helps innocent victims with expenses directly related to crime injuries, including trauma and economic loss due to violent crime. The New Hampshire AG's office administers the funds with monies collected through the criminal fines and by the Federal Victims of Crime Grant Award. The Victims Assistance Commission is the volunteers and the staff from the AG's office who meet once a month to review and award eligible claims. Costs directly caused by the crime may be covered. Medical insurance or other available financial sources must be used first, except in sexual assault. And we'll cover that a little more in depth when we get to hospital calls, which is next. The cost may include medical, hospital, vision, and hearing, the doctor's visits, dental, and medication. Up to 10 days of emergency funds are available through Haven. Removal of identifying tattoos or markings of human trafficking, loss of income, reasonable relocation costs, counseling up to $3,000 or 40 visits, whichever comes first. Reimbursement for clothing or bedding helps evidence, and security systems, and up to 1 year of monitoring. What is not covered? Costs that are not directly connected to the crime. Dental problems prior to assault would not be covered. Property damage that was damaged or stolen, pain and suffering. Household living expenses. Costs that have been paid by another financial resource, such as insurance, donations, court restitution, charitable or free medical. Who can get victims comp? Anyone who sustains a physical and or mental injury as a direct result of a felony or misdemeanor crime that occurred in New Hampshire. Anyone who sustains personal injury as a result of persons driving under the influence of alcohol or a controlled substance in New Hampshire. A parent or legal guardian who is responsible for medical expenses of a child victim, and the immediate family members of a homicide victim. I can't see the top there through my little bar. Who is eligible? Assaults including domestic violence, child and adult sexual assault, human trafficking, child and elder abuse, injury or death caused by someone driving under the influence and driving while intoxicated, murder, manslaughter, and robbery with physical injury. Who's not eligible? A person whose own actions contributed to the crime, mutual combat, such as a bar fight, a person injured or killed while committing crimes. So if you mug somebody, you're not eligible if that person punches you in the face and breaks your nose, which would make sense, self-defense. A person involved in a non-crime related accident, for example, a person injured when another driver hits his car, or a person who slips and falls on another person's property. What you need to do to be eligible, you have to report the crime to police, unless it's a sexual assault, that you do have to go to the hospital and have the kit done to be eligible. Sexual assault victims who go to the local hospital within 5 days of the crime and cooperate with the exam and evidence collection are eligible. They do not have to speak to the police. Even if they decide not to report to the police, the kit remains anonymous. What victims need to do to be eligible: they must file the application within 2 years of the date of the crime. In rare cases, this may be waived. Must cooperate with police and the court during the investigation and prosecution of the crime. The offender does not have to be convicted of a crime for you to be eligible for compensation. It only has to be reported. How long will it take? It may take many months or longer to determine if someone qualifies. I think they only meet to like award funds. I think it's like once a month. Megan, is that right? I think they can help speed up the process by responding quickly to requests for additional information or documentation. Once all required documentation has been received from law enforcement and providers, your claim will be brought to the Victims Assistance Commission.
Yes, they meet once a month.
Thank you. I thought so. I was like, where'd she go? How to apply. So there are several ways to apply. Well, two really. When we go to the hospital, or if we go to the police station to file a report, or if we go to a CAC, we often take a paper application with us, and the CACs actually provide them as well. So they can fill out the paper form and mail it in. They can go online to find, and it's not super easy to find actually, kind of have to go into a couple different little places, and you can print out the application from online. It is not fillable online, which we discovered.
It is an app. You can create an account.
Yes, you can create an account also. So there are 3 ways. So you can print it out from online and do it that way, or you can fill out the online application. So yes, and we do help fill them out if people need it. They usually, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. So, but sometimes they'll call and ask if something's covered by it, or, and we will help them fill out the application if they do have questions about it. All right, hospital. Hospital accompaniments. So in the beginning of COVID, we were not going to the hospital. We were not allowed in. We are allowed back into all the hospitals as of right now. So if you are a volunteer, this is something we will, again, have a more in-depth conversation about, whether with your comfortability of going to the hospital right now and all of that. So please keep that in the back of your mind while we are talking about this. All right, New Hampshire sexual assault protocols and SART teams. To address challenges with crime of adult sexual assault, the AG's office created a protocol of best practices and sexual assault resource team, or SARTs, statewide. Multidisciplinary team. It's a multidisciplinary team with medical, advocate, law enforcement, and prosecution working collaboratively. New Hampshire protocol states that when someone goes to the ER stating that they have been sexually assaulted, the hospital calls Haven to send an advocate as soon as possible to the hospital to offer support to the victim and loved ones. So options for adult survivors of sexual assault are calling us and disclosing to us. They don't have to tell anyone. They can tell a friend or a family member. They can seek other medical attention. They can have a regular exam at the ER without a kit. They can report to the police at any time, whether they've had the forensic exam or not. And they can have a forensic exam within 5 days. It can be done and can do sooner if suspected substance use in assault. So basically, if they think they were drugged, it's important to go as soon as possible because those drugs do leave your system fairly quickly. Megan, I think there's a question in chat. Do you mind looking really quick?
But also, like, people can go, there's no question, but
okay,
people can get the forensic exam done sooner, even if substance use.
Yeah, but they do have up to 5 days to have that done. Thanks for clarifying that, Megan. You can go as soon as possible is really the best. I mean, if someone calls and is like, oh, I was assaulted, I don't know, it happened last night, really, the sooner the better, because they can collect more evidence the sooner you go. All right. These are your options with a forensic exam. You can have the exam and report to the police. That means their name will go on the kit, and the police will. I've been there and they've come in and done like a quick questioning of what happened with the survivor. And then they will decide from there what the next steps are, or you can have the kit done anonymously. And then they'll assign you a number and the number goes on it. And the patient, hold on a second, I have something in my way. Sorry. And the patient goes in, if you do the kit anonymously, a number goes on it, and this number is given to the patient and goes into a confidential hospital chart. The kit is held at the state lab for 60 days and then goes back to the police with the jurisdiction. So best practice equals to hold for a minimum statute of limitations for felonies for 6 years. So the police station will hang on to it. And they are not processed until claimed. So that means like there's no lab work done on them, and they just kind of sit there. I think, there's a lot of information on the backlog of kits too. So they do tend to sit for a while if you don't put your name on it. All right. A forensic exam is a series of 16 steps for evidence collection when a survivor reports. Because it is the collection of evidence, there are many tests, swabbings, combining of hair and collection of clothes worn at the time of the assault. The chain of custody for a kit is once the nurse begins the exam, they like pop the seal on it. They can't leave the room without it. It has to be on them at all times until the police come to pick it up. So that's how that works. Once the nurse opens it, it doesn't leave her side until she hands it over to an officer. The exam also includes a general checkup, baseline testing for pregnancy and sexually transmitted infections, referrals for HIV testing, options around Plan B, and other preventative medication. The survivor can refuse any part of the exam, but discuss how this could affect the criminal case. Police may be called, but it is up to the adult survivor if they wish to report. So it is optional for anyone over 18 to do the kit anonymously, but if they're under 18, it's mandated reporting, as we all know, by the state of New Hampshire. So they can't do it anonymously. All right, about the medical and forensic exam. The medical exam is to make sure the survivor is okay physically, and also for the collection of evidence. The exam does cost $800, but the cost is covered by the state of New Hampshire AG's office. So it's covered under the victim's comp program. And the victim should never, ever receive a bill. Sometimes wires do get crossed and occasionally they do get a bill from the hospital, but that they reach out to the hospital and let them know that they shouldn't have received it, and usually the mistake is rectified. And they also are given a $200 medical voucher for a follow-up appointment. So the people who do the exams are called SANE nurses. A SANE is a registered nurse or advocate practitioner who has been specifically trained to provide comprehensive medical care to sexual assault victims. And they can conduct a medical or forensic examination and can be an expert witness in case that goes to trial. The goal is to ensure that compassionate medical services and care are provided in non-judgmental, victim-centered manner. In New Hampshire, in New Hampshire's protocol, it is best practice to have all sexual assault exams be performed by a SANE or a physician and other professionals who are SANE trained, but it's not always possible. So it might be the first time a nurse has done an exam, even if they are SANE trained, and there is a phone number that is available to them to call, and they talk to like a SANE nurse who can kind of walk them through what that looks like. But they have access to that in their paperwork. So it's not something you're necessarily responsible for, but if the nurse was like, oh, you could say, oh, I think there might be a number in there. So preparing for hospital calls, we do go to Frisbee in Rochester, Wentworth Douglas Hospital in Dover, Exeter Hospital, Portsmouth Hospital, and Dover ER, which is a satellite of Portsmouth in Dover, which I know is very confusing, and Seabrook Emergency Department, which I believe is also Portsmouth related. And you can add these addresses into your navigation system. Again, this is all things we will revisit. You'll revisit this with supervisors for AVAPs, and then volunteers. I will go over all of this with you and make sure that you guys know how to look up the addresses and have them available. Make sure if you are on call for hospital or accompaniments during the day that you have gas in your car and money for tolls or coffee. If you are going in the middle of the night, coffee is very important. Keep your car accessible. Make sure like your roommate or partner does not block you in so that you can't get out. And make sure that if it's snowing that you keep it fairly cleaned off. That being said, if it's snowing really badly and you are not comfortable driving at 2 a.m. to the hospital, that is okay. You can have hospital attire ready to go. The goal is to blend in, no logos on clothes and no PJs or yoga pants. So what I would do when I was on call in the middle of the night is I'd always have like a pile of clothes by my bathroom door that I could just grab and change. I also find that in doing that, it kind of is part of the process of helping you to wake up and become more alert. So it's really a good idea to absolutely change and kind of wake yourself up that way. And have hospital booklets, which we'll talk a little bit about, a victim's compensation brochure, stress balls, which again, you will get more of all of the goodies when we're done, and hotline cards to bring. We will make sure you have all of those things before we send you out. Information for the hospital call. Nights and weekends. Hospital calls are first routed to night staff. So we've talked a little bit about night staff. There are 5 of them right now. They are all wonderful. You will meet them all on Tuesday. So the hospital calls night staff first. Well, the hospital calls the hotline, I'm sorry. And then the night staff would get a call from the answering service, get the information. They would, at that point, probably only get the nurse's name and which hospital they're calling from and the number. And then the night staff would call back, speak to the nurse. The nurse would give night staff a little information. We usually only get the survivor's name and age from the nurse at that point. And then the night staff would call you. So if you're getting a hospital call, if you're on the schedule for hospital at night, night staff will be calling you. So if like your phone rings and you're like, oh, it's Debbie, you can probably pretty be sure that she's sending you to a hospital. That won't come directly to you from the service. During the daytime, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, calls come directly to the hotline. Again, that was before COVID because the phone rang to our offices. Now it will be the service calling. If you can take it, you would let your supervisor know, hey, I got a hospital call, I'm going. If not, you would probably call a coordinator. So Megan, myself, Joe, Louise, and be like, hey, a hospital call just came in, and one of them will track someone down.
You should always pass it to a coordinator just in general.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah. And then we
yeah. And if you can go, that's fine, but you would also reach out to your supervisor or another staff member to make sure somebody knows you're going somewhere. We usually get to get the patient's age, gender, and how long they've been at the ER. Sometimes we find out how long they've been there. And we also get the name of the attending nurse and whether the sexual assault kit has already started. Again, sometimes we get that information, sometimes we don't. Callers going to the hospital. If a caller on the hotline states they're going to the hospital, tell them once they arrive that they can ask the hospital to call Haven. The hospital should be calling us anyway, but if someone calls and says they're going, it's well within their rights to ask for the hospital to call us as well. So explain that it may not be you who is there, but Haven will send someone. Get the name of the hospital and the time they are expected to arrive. At this point, like we do not offer to meet someone at the hospital. There are just some safety protocols around that. It's not just safe to kind of go. And we also don't want you driving to a hospital and sitting there waiting for somebody who maybe has changed their mind in the time they talk to you. But if they are saying they're going, you can find out which hospital and what time they're going to go. And then you can contact your supervisor or night staff and kind of give them a heads up so they can put a plan in place. Arriving at the hospital. So when you go to the hospital, you will attempt to discreetly check in. And you can say to the person at the desk at the ER, you would say, "Hi, I'm an advocate with Haven. Nurse so-and-so called." And sometimes they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I know why you're here." And they'll send you right back and they'll tell you what room to go to. Other times you'll say, "Hi, I'm an advocate with Haven. Nurse so-and-so called." And they'll be like, "Who are you?" And you have to kind of repeat yourself, which kind of makes it not so discreet. But if that happens, it's normal for that to happen because the people at the front desk don't often know we're coming ahead of time. Never approach unknown people in the waiting room because of confidentiality. So like, even if you got there and you could, assess the situation and you maybe think the person sitting in the seat a few feet away from you is our client, you can't assume that. So still go through the whole process of going to the front desk and asking for the nurse that called. If the patient is in the waiting area, ask the nurse if there is a private place you can meet. I have never gotten to the hospital when had the client in the waiting room. They usually do. It's one of the cases that they really do get them back as soon as possible. But again, if that happened, definitely ask for a private room to sit in and wait in. Arriving at the hospital, you will be brought in to meet the survivor, either in a private room or an exam room. Best practice is to give you a few minutes alone with the survivor, but that's not always possible. Sometimes if the kit is already open when you get there, the nurse will not leave you alone. Sometimes if it hasn't been, the nurse will step out, like excuse themselves. But it's not always the case. And if that happens, it's okay. You can still talk to the survivor and introduce yourself and tell them that you're a confidential advocate, that kind of thing. So don't feel like if the nurse doesn't give you any time together that you can't give the client your information. Please try to take note of the nurse's name and the physician's name. It's not always easy, but usually they have name tags, so you can kind of get them that way, even if they don't introduce themselves because they're busy. Meeting the survivor. Don't assume the survivor was told that an advocate would be there or that they will want you to stay. You can introduce yourself and explain what your role is and that we are called automatically, but it's up to the survivor if they want us there. Discuss that our services are free and confidential. If they talk to you, but don't want you in the room for the exam, offer to stay and talk to them after. So some survivors will want you to stay with them through the exam, and that's okay if you're comfortable with that. If you're not, you can just say, "I'll be in the waiting room and I will come back when the exam is done." But if they do want you to stay and you're comfortable, you can sit with them by their head and just kind of talk them through it and let them know they're doing a great job. But again, it's all up to them. If they're like, "Nope, I don't want you here," then you offer to stick around and wait in the waiting room. So always bring a book or your phone because if you do wait, you'll want something to do. If they don't want to meet with you, if you get there, so I've gone to the hospital before and they don't want to see me at all. Like I don't even get back to the room. If that's the case, then you would leave all of the information that you've brought with you, the the booklet and our brochure and the victim's compensation with a staff member. If you can leave it, if you happen to meet the nurse that's working with them, you can leave it with that nurse. If not, you can leave it at the nurse's station. So, and don't be surprised. Sometimes people don't want you there, and sometimes you'll go back and you'll meet them super briefly and they'll be like, I'm all set. And in that case, just remind them that they can call the hotline anytime and leave them all the stuff you have for them. Our role at the hospital.
I have a quick question.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I
it's
can't
quick.
see you
I hope
guys,
it's a
so
quick
I
one.
don't know how you're doing. I hope you're okay.
When you get to the front desk and you say, hi, I'm a confidential advocate from Haven, and they actually do say, who are you? And you have to be a little more, how much detail do you get into at the front desk?
You just keep repeating. Eventually they'll catch on.
Okay.
I
You can
like
say I
honestly
spoke to a nurse and give the name of the nurse that you spoke to.
Okay.
That's why if
'Cause, I
you
mean,
can get the
it's-
name
what
of the
if it's
nurse.
their day one, and you're like, I don't want to stand there all day saying the same thing over and over. She's gonna be like, you're an idiot, get out.
They usually, if you have, and that's part of the reason why it's important to get the nurse's name. Because usually if you ask for a nurse, even if they don't understand while you're there, they'll call the nurse or reach out to the nurse, and the nurse will know why you're there.
Awesome,
okay.
thank you.
Yep. All right, our role at the hospital. Ask if anyone has explained what will be happening in this process. This is while speaking to the survivor. If not, you can offer them a general overview about the exam and what the process looks like. And there's a video we'll be watching, so you guys will be a little more familiar with what the process looks like. And also, we do have a kit. I believe it's in our Portsmouth office, and I will make sure that makes the rounds so that if you're going to be in the office, and it can make the round to the offices, and your supervisors can kind of show it to you either in the office, or for the interns, they can show it to you over Zoom, just so you have an idea of what it looks like in person. And volunteers, I will try and have it available when I meet with you so that you can also see it in person. Explain that the nurse or doctor will go into detail about the exam, but that if the survivor has questions or concerns at any time, it's okay to ask. It's okay for you to continually, if you do stay with a survivor in the hospital, it's okay to remind them all the time that they're in control and that they can stop the process or take a break whenever they need to. It's really important for us to give them that power in that situation. Just as a side note to that. And you can redirect specific questions about the exam to medical staff, even if you know the answer. So if they ask you like, oh, what's step 5? And you happen to know what step 5 is, if the nurse is right there, you can, say to the nurse, oh, let's ask nurse so-and-so. And she can go over that.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
So I know interns are mostly all remote. So will we be able to be doing hospital visits?
Megan, do you know the answer to that? I'm under the assumption that no, because UNH wants you to be remote.
Well, we have other interns who are like in person.
Yeah, I would have a conversation about that with your supervisor. I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but I would think it would be based on like comfort levels and then just kind of talking with your supervisor.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's a good question. So, Haven role at the hospital. We provide emotional support and information to the victim so that they are aware of their options and can make informed decisions. So even at the hospital, we're following the VEES model. We can encourage the survivor to communicate their needs to the nurse and medical staff. Again, that goes back to like reminding them that they are in control and they can take a break if they need to, or if they're not comfortable with a specific part of the exam, they can turn it down. That is just really important to drive home to them that they have control, because they've just been through a horrific event in which they had all of their control taken. So anytime we can empower them and make them feel like the decision is theirs, it's way better for them. Provide Haven information and referrals for follow-up services. So for a hospital call, you will also offer a follow-up call from the office the next business day. If the survivor is requesting any food or drink, have them check with the nurse first. Because I believe when they first get there, they're not supposed to eat or drink anything, because they're going to be taking swabs of their mouths, and you don't want them to get rid of any evidence. So definitely have them ask the nurse before they eat or drink anything. Help arrange for clothing for the survivor if their clothing is collected for evidence. So our night staff do have access to clothes. There must be some in the offices, I believe, as well during the day. So if you get into a situation and, sometimes the hospital will offer scrubs, but that can feel really awful to have to leave the hospital in scrubs. So if a survivor is like, I just want clothes, if it's the middle of the night, definitely reach out to your night staff, and they can track some down for you. Or if it's during the day, you can call your supervisor, and they can try and track some down as well. And you can also brainstorm like, hey, do you have a friend or a roommate who could, who you don't mind talking to, or who would bring you clothes? If the answer is no, that is also fine, because we don't want to force them to disclose to anybody they don't want to. But you can brainstorm with them if there's other ways for them to get clothing as well.
Are we allowed to have clothes we don't wear anymore? Would that be a good idea to keep in your car, clothes you were meaning to donate? And
yeah, absolutely, you can do that for sure.
Okay.
I actually one time called, I was a volunteer still, and I called our night staff, Debbie, because I was like, I have a survivor who needs clothes, and she happened to have a bag of clothes to donate. And so she came right down and left an outfit. So yeah, you could definitely do that if that's something you're comfortable with. You can ask the hospital staff if they have anything, or contact night staff to bring a bag of clothes. I said that already. Haven role at the hospital a little more. Oh, we also provide support to secondary survivors that may be there as well. So if a child is there, often a parent or aunt or uncle or sibling will be with them. And you can offer them support as well. If you need backup, if you get to the hospital and it's a whole family there and you're like, oh, this is a bit much, you can call in for support for sure. So don't be afraid to do that if you feel like there's a lot of secondary survivors there. And, if the survivor wants you with them, they are priority. So if you would ever needed backup for a large family group that was there or whatever, you could definitely call in for backup. That is okay to do. We don't disclose any information shared by the victim to medical personnel, to law enforcement, or to their family members or supports that are there without a signed waiver or release from the patient. Whatever again, that's that confidentiality piece. When you and the survivor are alone and talking, you do not give any of that information to anyone at all. That stays between you and them, and then you can process again, process with a staff member afterwards. So that's really important. And sometimes, like, if you have a secondary survivor who is waiting outside, you are a confidential advocate to them as well. So if you happen to have a separate conversation with a secondary survivor, you are also obligated to keep that confidential. So you can't like be a go-between between the survivor and the secondary survivor. If that makes sense. You just don't share anybody's information with anybody. Engaging with the hospital staff. I can't see some of those words. Act in a professional manner with everyone you encounter, staff and survivors. Haven needs to continue the working relationship with all professionals after this accompaniment. If you have a conflict or issue with the police or the hospital staff that needs to be addressed immediately, do not address it yourself. Call the night staff or your supervisor to decide the appropriate way to address this concern. So we've had instances where nurses have left like the kit or whatever. Some people do remind them, oh, you know, don't leave. But if that did happen and the kit got left behind, you would definitely need to tell night staff or your supervisor right away, because it might mean we need to go in and kind of retrain them and remind them of the process, if that makes sense. So definitely, if anything just goes weird, if the police do come in and they're talking to the survivor and they're rude to them, or you know, victim blaming or whatever, don't address it then, but do address it with your supervisor or night staff or myself. So because we do want to maintain a professional, like we couldn't be like, you're being a jerk to my client, even though you might want to. We can't do that, but we do need to let other staff know so that it can be addressed appropriately. All right, engaging with the police and hospital staff. We are not part of the criminal justice system, so we do not need to know all the details of what happened. Oftentimes though, when you do go to the hospital, you are one of the first people that this person is talking to about what happened, and they will tell you their story, and that is totally okay. But you don't need to be involved. Like if a nurse wants to kind of give you detail or whatever, the police do. Like for example, one time I had a nurse approach me and tell me that she didn't believe the survivor. That's not something we discuss with them. You would just kind of acknowledge that she told you and go on about your business and taking care of the survivor. Our role is to be present and provide support to the victim, not to participate in the actual investigation or interview process. So again, like if the cops do come in and are asking questions, we're not answering questions for them. We're not saying anything when there's interaction between law enforcement and a survivor. We're just sitting there and just being present and holding space for our client. And we do not share our personal information as part of the investigation. If an officer does, again, come in to interview or ask a couple of quick questions and they ask you who you are, the only thing you're obligated to tell them is that you're a confidential advocate. You can share your first name with them if you're comfortable with that, but you're not even obligated to do that. They should know if you say, I'm a confidential advocate with Haven, they should know that that's really all of the information they need from you. Wrapping up. Review the 24 hours hotline services and support line with the client. So before you leave, you'll find like an appropriate time to kind of excuse yourself towards the end. Sometimes I do stay until they're done and released. Sometimes you will find that earlier on in the visit, it's appropriate to go, like they won't really need you anymore. You'll kind of be like, are you all set? Is there anything else I can do for you? And they'll say, no, I'm getting ready to go and I just want to go home and sleep. And at that point, that's totally appropriate to kind of excuse yourself nicely then. But definitely go over the hotline with them and remind them that you gave them the hospital booklet and remind them there's information in there that'll be important to them and that they can read over. If needed, you can provide them with information and review a safety plan for after discharge. So if you've talked to them about like, hey, they live with the person who assaulted them, and you guys talked about where they're going to go to be safe, like review that with them and remind them, hey, I hope you'll remember to call your mom and have her pick you up or whatever you talked about. You can kind of go over that with them, whatever plan you put in place with them. You can review the victim's compensation. Again, you'll have the pamphlet with you. They are not gonna, I've never had anybody be like, hey, I wanna fill this out right now. That's not where their head is, but make sure that they know they have it, and that if they have questions to call us, and make sure you remind them that they have their hotline card or brochure. And you can also make sure that if there are any family members there, that you can give family members or friends a brochure as well. Give the survivor the hospital booklet and the hotline card and brochure. And let's review the hospital booklet. I think Megan has that with her. It's not going to be super easy to see. So if you just want to kind of let them know what's in it, Megan, and then there's information in there to write down the nurse's name, the doctor's name, the officer's name if an officer comes in.
There's some information about possible reactions to a sexual assault. Information about after the forensic interview. So that talks about victim's compensation, that follow-up voucher we talked about, possible drug testing or pregnancy, STIs, HIV prevention. And then it talks a little bit about anonymous reporting versus reporting with your name. It gets into information about the legal system and child advocacy centers. Again, victims' compensation, there's a bunch of information there. And then Haven's services. And then there's a page in here that you'll want to rip out for yourself, the advocate. And it's just where you'll put in, if this client did want a follow-up call, there's room to put their name and number, and that's just a page that you rip out for yourself. But then there was a question in the chat, Kyla. Is it okay to hold the survivor's hand or pat their arm? And I just said, follow the client's lead, and also now in the time of COVID, whatever your own comfort level is, but you'll find that yes, people do often really want something, or like a shawl, or it kind of changes. But
yeah. And again, like Megan said, COVID is a thing right now. So if you are not comfortable holding someone's hand, that is okay. You could find a gentle way to kind of tell them that you're not comfortable with that right now, because we don't want you to do anything that you're not comfortable with either. But yeah, they do often want to hold the hand for sure. And they often like to hold it pretty tight, just so you know. They're going to hold your hand, they're going to really hold it. So be prepared.
Okay, you've had experience, Kyla.
Like, ugh.
Can the hospital provide you with a glove?
I'm sure if that would make you more comfortable, and again, like ask the survivor if they're okay with that again, because we don't want to do anything to make them more uncomfortable, but that is a great idea. And I'm quite certain you could get a glove for sure.
Yeah. I mean, you can explain that it's for their safety as well as yours.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. All right. Wrapping up with the client, I think that's what that says. I have that weird bar at the top. Offer to have an advocate make a follow-up call the next business day and fill out the follow-up call request form in the back of the booklet. I'd say half and half want a follow-up call. So either way, don't be shocked either way. And you never know what they'll really want. So, but just make sure and offer it to them. Remember, Haven does not transport clients. Oftentimes a client will say, I have no way to get home. We can't transport them. But oftentimes the hospital will have some kind of voucher to help them get home. And sometimes the police can transport them. So those are options. And if worse came to worse and the client lived pretty far from the hospital and there was absolutely no way to get them home, please do reach out to your supervisor, and we can see if we can somehow get them a ride home, but not from us. Whether it would be a taxi or an Uber or whatever, but brainstorm with them, because oftentimes they do have someone they could call, and you know, and hospital staff or the police can also help them figure that out as well. I do think some of the hospitals I know they do have vouchers for either a bus or a taxi. So if the survivor has no transportation, call night staff. I got ahead of myself. I should have just read that first. So there. Domestic violence hospital calls. They do not happen as frequently as sexual assault hospital calls. The hospital is not mandated to call us for domestic violence. Sometimes they do. It's rare. So the patient may be treated for injuries there. A forensic exam is an option only if there has been a sexual assault. Your role is the same, VEES. So offer to discuss the survivor's safety and do some safety planning, emergency restraining order or a temporary one if it's daytime, shelter plan for the night or the weekend. Oftentimes I find that if a hospital does call us, we do more often than not end up talking on the phone to a survivor. So this might not be in person. Every once in a while it is. But a lot of times you do end up on the phone, at least with them. Offer info on victims' compensation to offset costs, and connect the survivor to Haven and additional services. So again, it's just reminding them that they can call us anytime, and giving them pamphlets and that kind of thing if you're in person. And this is a quick video about a hospital exam and the forensic exam. So I will push play. Why didn't that play? Hold on a second. Technical difficulties.
My name is Julie Grote. I am a sexual assault nurse examiner. We provide comprehensive services to the sexual assault patient throughout Wayne County. As women and men arrive at our clinic sites, we go through a consent and disclosure when the patient speaks about the incident. That is what guides and directs our diagnosis and treatment. We will then go into a head-to-toe assessment. We will collect evidence. Each evidence collection kit, that's also known as a rape kit, contains envelopes that are pre-labeled. We have the oral cavity, buccal swab, slides for the genital area, also hair combings, We will take body photographs of any body injury. We're looking for abrasions, tears, any type of point tenderness. After, we offer the pregnancy prophylaxis and the STD prophylaxis for gonorrhea and chlamydia. Exams can take anywhere from 2 hours to 6 hours. Once the exam is completed and we collected all our swabs, they are placed in each proper envelope. Once they're sealed, everything is packaged back in the evidence collection kit. We then have a secure container that we place all evidence for law enforcement to come and pick up the evidence. We have them sign a release to maintain chain of custody. I think there's some still bias against women. There's still a lot of victim blaming. They take on that responsibility, and as we document and do everything, we try to give every ownership back to that perpetrator, and we reinforce that she didn't do anything wrong. My name is Julie Grode. I am a sexual assault nurse examiner.
Having a hard time getting out of this slide now.
Maybe
Sorry.
click the arrows in the bottom left.
Thanks. I was trying to use my, we already talked about the booklet. All right, so we're at, oh my gosh, you guys, we're at scenarios and role playing.
Was there any questions?
Questions?
One thing I just wanted to bring up was like, I don't know how, if you've ever actually even interacted with this, but I know that like in the past few years, there have been like home test kits that have been marketed. And from discussions I've had, like it's been pretty clear that that's something we should probably like dissuade somebody from using, or at least also mention that it's really important to get the hospital SANE kit done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not encouraging people to do those for a number of reasons. Safety, legitimacy, re-traumatization.
Yeah. 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 We're not, yeah, we're not like, great idea. Well, and again, we can't tell people what to do. So if we did get a phone call and someone was like, I'm just going to do a home self kit, it would be a matter of asking questions like that would kind of dissuade them from that.
Educating.
And educating them, yes, about the process, and if they do want to report, that it would be really important to go to the hospital. That was a great question, Eli. All right, anybody else? Anybody? I'm sorry if you can hear my family. They are having a very ruckus conversation back there. I've been texting them, but they haven't heard me. Sorry. Anyway, let's get in. Is everybody ready for scenarios and role play for hospital and police? Any questions? No? Good. All right. All right, small group work. We're going to break into pairs. One person can be the note taker, and one will be the reporter to the large group. Review each scenario and how you might handle it. Go around and report to the larger group and discuss various responses. So I think what I'm going to do for this is I will create random breakout rooms. And I don't think we'll do, maybe we'll do, should have thought about this one a little more. Maybe we'll do like 2 smaller groups and you guys can all discuss the scenarios, and do have one person be a note taker, and you can come back to the larger group when you're done and report back. I think that's how we'll do this. So let me create those breakout rooms. In a minute, we'll look at the scenario first. And now my dog's barking, sorry. Katie is a 21-year-old female and was raped last night by a stranger and is really feeling scared. She is not showered and is thinking of going to the hospital, but she's always heard that it's really a long, traumatic process and wants to know more about what to expect. She is concerned about pregnancy, STDs, and has no health insurance. How do you respond? Remember V's, and what pieces of information do you share? And you know what? Actually, we're going to do this as a large group because I think it makes more sense to do it that way. And then if there's the one after this, maybe we'll do the breakout rooms if everybody's okay with that. So, anybody want to field this one? How would you respond to her?
One of the things that would be important to mention, and it's kind of like a really awkward thing to bring up, but like she probably doesn't want to shower, so that like there's for the sake of evidence, just in case that she does want to go through with the same exam, and if she wants to report it.
Yeah, that is actually something you would want to bring up.
She probably already knows that as well, but I think the first thing I would say to her would be to thank her and to tell her she's very brave for even calling in the first place.
After going through like the V's and everything, I think it's also important to say, even if she goes to the hospital, she doesn't necessarily have to report right away. It just means they have the kit if she did decide to go that way. And it's also, I think, to talk about the health insurance, to go over like what you said earlier. I think the slide you said it was like $800, but it's covered. And you can also bring the compensation pamphlet and say, okay, like your clothing, stuff like that, things that got ruined, you can be compensated for if we fill out this form and it gets it gets approved. So that's another option. But the health insurance thing, you would want to say right away, like, don't worry about that. It is covered even if you have no health insurance.
I think you could also tell her that there would be somebody there to support her through the process. If it's, that she's worried about it being a long traumatic experience, and that at Haven that we could support her. An advocate, a confidential advocate, can be there to support her through the process. And her concerns about STDs and pregnancy, that can be all taken care of and addressed at the hospital.
In addition to that, to address that concern even further about it being a long traumatic process, like I'm sure it's not a very comfortable process, and I don't think there's a reason to act like it's not, but reassuring again that like that process is in a way like for you, and like you're in the driver's seat, and that at any point in the process, if you do become uncomfortable or even just need a break, you need, like, you have the right to communicate that to the nurse, and you can skip steps or take breaks if you need.
That's perfect.
You're muted, Kyla.
I do that all the time. The dog was barking, sorry. You guys, those were all really great, actually. And does anybody have anything else they want to add? I think you guys covered a lot of it.
Ask her what she can do to not feel so scared. Does she have a friend, or does she have a parent around, or whatever? How could she's really scared. How can she feel safe? What can she do to feel safe?
I love it, Anne. That is great. Yep, that is great. Yep. Do you have any support people to bring? Yeah, that's great. Any more before we move on? All right. Let's see. We'll move on to the next one. Maybe not. Ah, there we go.
No, now
Oh.
we're on a different slide.
Oh, how far ahead did I go? All right. Yeah, we'll do these both as group. It'll be quicker than breaking out into breakup groups. And I think you guys all do a really great job at adding when you all talk. So I really like the way you guys have answered and been brave enough to kind of just put it out there, because you've been like spot on, which is really impressive. So Maria is a 30-year-old woman who was just raped in her new home by an ex-boyfriend who has stopped by to help her unpack. She's confused and not really sure what to do. Her ex left after raping her and warned her not to tell anyone or he'd come back. Since then, she has been sitting in the corner of the room and has not moved. She's calling the hotline a few hours after the assault happened. Remember V's, and what key pieces of information do you share?
Well, I think for this one, after you do the V's and you say like, you're so brave for calling, and I think also it's important to go through the, like, do you need medical attention, and are you afraid he's actually going to come back? Like, address the concerns of him coming back and the imminent danger part, and then you can move on to talking about the hospital situation, if she should, like, her options to go into the hospital and having an advocate and all of that. But it seems like the imminent danger would be one of the first things I would want to discuss in case he would come back.
Awesome.
It sounds like she's in shock, or she has been in shock since the attack, because she's sitting in the corner of the room. So it certainly sounds like she needs medical attention, even some sort of a medical attention apart from the rape.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, because she definitely might, I mean, even talking to her at that point about like, well, you don't necessarily have to have the kid done, but maybe, you know, do you need medical attention? Do you need someone to kind of check you out and make sure everything's okay? Because you're right, it does sound like she was in shock. Yeah. And that could be, you know, that can be really, you know, scary to experience for sure. Yeah.
Right. And I think, are you safe now? She's in a new home, so I presume the boyfriend doesn't have keys, so maybe make an assumption there. But anyway, he hasn't lived there with her. But to ask her about how does she feel safe, or does she, you know, has she her doors locked? Does she feel safe? Could she have a friend or anybody to come?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
And kind of to go off that, I feel like since her mental state might not be the best, maybe not go into giving her options yet, and do like breathing with her and trying to get her more grounded, so then she's like more mentally focused on kind of what her next step is, because I feel like she's probably not really in that mindset yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe in that situation you could advise her to go and make a cup of hot tea for herself or something, to just, you know, to calm herself down.
Yeah.
I mean,
yep. Yeah. Yeah. That could kind of give her some time to kind of think things through and think about, you know, come back to herself and like what next steps she does want to take. That's great, Anne. Anybody else want to tackle this one? What other information would you like to give Maria?
If she's worried about him coming back or threatening her, that she could also seek a protective order or restraining order again.
Yeah. Yeah.
A great question to ask is, what is your biggest concern right now? Because maybe it could be pregnancy or STDs, or it could be him coming back. So it's either like safety planning or educating about what can happen at the hospital. It can really go a number of different ways. So a great way to start that conversation is, what are you most worried about right now?
I also think the way she's reacting, I don't think she's ever experienced this type of trauma before. So just maybe educating a bit about trauma and its effects on the body, like assuring her that what she's feeling right now is normal and it's okay, like the shock and everything.
Yeah.
She's probably terrified.
That's great.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Anybody else want to add any more to this before we do some role playing?
Maybe also let her know that if she is considering going to the hospital, that in order for the forensic exam to happen, it would need to be within 5 days of the assault. And just to give her that information if she wanted to do that. And that if she wanted to report to the police anytime after that would be totally okay too. And maybe like talking about if there's a friend of hers who would, you know, be trustworthy to accompany her to the hospital if she decided to do that.
And also maybe on top of that, Adrian, to say that the sooner that she would go, the sooner she goes, the better it would be in terms of if she was going to report it to the police and press some kinds of charges.
I have a question, actually.
Yeah.
I wanted to know if this was still an option, because I recall this was at one point. If you wanted to get a rape kit like anonymously, you still had like 30 days after that to decide if you wanted to report it to the police. Is that still true?
Yeah, you actually, yeah, it is. You actually have 60 days.
Oh, even better. Yeah, because I think that would be good information too. Like you have time to decide these things.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of educate her about what her options are. Like you can go have the exam done and not put your name on it, be anonymous. You can change your mind after that, put your name on it. You can skip the hospital altogether and go to the police and report. Yeah, so definitely educating her about her options is a great idea too. Yeah. Great. All right. So I believe role playing is our next. Does anybody have any questions before we go on? Anybody? Can't see all of you, so. So I do believe we're doing some role playing. Do you all know who your partners were? How about,
no?
What's that?
People are shaking their heads no.
Oh, I know who your partners are. I think we'll stick with those partnerships for now. I'll read them off to you. How about that? So I have Kate C. with Tracy H. And do you all, you got the phone numbers I sent you, correct? Are they saying yes, Megan? I can't see.
When did you send the phone? I know you sent them, but I was trying to look for them this morning.
I sent them, when did I send them? After last Saturday, I believe. I think it was like on the email right after. I do have everybody's numbers as well, so.
No, Patricia, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I definitely have them.
Okay. Ooh. So our pairs are Kate C. and Tracy H. and K. and Haley H. and Amy H. and Patricia L. And then Kelly S. And Kristen A. Aaron L. And Olivia U. Bree V. And who did I put you with? And Aaron Fitzpatrick. The other Aaron. Eli is teamed up with Brittany C. Adrian is with Nora. And Katie, we have an odd number. So either Megan or I. Megan, what do you want to?
I can help.
You want to help? So those are our what's that?
I don't have anyone's number though.
I have numbers. I can text you Katie's.
I can also send you my phone number through a private message, Megan, if you want to.
Oh, that's easy. Yeah.
Oh, that's easier.
That way we don't have to put the responsibility on Kyla.
Thank you. Thank you. How about
actually, you know what? I am looking at chat right now, and the only person I can send a message privately to is you, Kyla.
Oh. So I do have to.
So I think you may have to text Megan.
It'll take me a hot second here. So let's do. So this time around, let me square this away. This time around, we'll do Kate C, Ann K, Amy H, Kelly, Aaron, Bree, Eli, and Adrian. You can all be the advocate. So if you don't mind, and Katie, you will also be the advocate. If you could mute your sound so you can't hear the role play, and turn your screen off really quick, or like block your screen, so that you can't see it, and then we will click forward to the rest. Let me text Megan that number really quick so that I don't forget.
Kyla, people are having issues that we can't hear them.
Oh.
Patricia and Tracy both. Possibly
I
more,
wonder
but we
if
wouldn't know
it's
because we can't hear them.
That's really bizarre. Hold on. Share.
That just came up in the chat.
Does that help? I wonder.
I don't know, does it?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
I must have clicked something weird. I had to share my computer sound. So can everybody hear us and we can hear you now?
What about Patricia?
Patricia's on mute, so.
Okay.
You can't hear me.
Yes, we can now.
Amazing.
Sorry about that.
I can hear you, but you haven't been able to hear me. I've been trying to.
Oh no. No, I think that was my bad. I had something clicked. All right.
Any questions, Patricia?
Oh, now I'm good.
You're back.
Okay.
So I don't know who I'm supposed to be with or doing what with.
Patricia, you are with Amy H. Okay. And Amy H is going to be the advocate. So she shut off her screen.
Okay.
And her sound. And I will, as soon as I send this to Megan. Where is she? I'm having a hard time. I must have put it in a different place.
Okay, so I see that Oh, never mind. It's not a camera. It's a picture of her. Never mind. That was tricky.
Tyler, can you just confirm for me who I'm with? I thought I heard you say
Oh, yes.
two different people.
And you are with Haley H.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I thought you just said I was with Haley H. No, I'm with Amy.
oh, yes, you're with Amy H.
Sorry.
Sorry. Ugh, all right. Katie, can she hear me? Because apparently I did not put her number in my phone.
What's up, Kyla?
Can you
I will put my work phone in the chat and you can just send me a quick message, Katie.
Okay,
so I have
thank
your
you. Thanks. All right.
Everyone, my work number.
All right. Sorry about all this confusion, you guys. Now we are behind on time. And now my screen won't go forward. There we go. All right. Are we ready for the first role play, those of you being the client?
Where's the situation?
I can bring it up in a
Oh.
second. I just don't want to click over before everybody's ready. I can't see everybody, so I don't know how everybody's doing.
Wait, so so if you're being the survivor, just make sure you can't hear and see the screen.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and I clicked over.
Which is my role again? I'm so sorry.
Olivia, I
thought you
believe.
said.
So advocates, right, are Kate C, Ann K, Amy H, Kelly, Aaron Luckern, Bree, Eli, and Adrian, and Katie.
And they're not supposed to see the screen.
Right.
The survivors are the ones okay.
Yes. Are we ready?
Oh.
Megan, can you see everybody?
I can scroll through. People look okay.
Okay, we ready? Here we go. All right. Of course, that's Mimi.
Who doesn't see the screen? Sorry.
You can, Ann.
Okay. All right.
Yes. No, you can't, Ann. You're the advocate. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So will I mute it out?
Yeah, go ahead and mute the sound so that you can't hear us. And then you'll get a call. All right. You are the mother of 2 children, ages 2 and 6, and you are seeking shelter. You call. Ooh, it's okay.
I can still hear it. Hang on.
Okay.
And I can see it. Is it okay to see it?
Well, yes, it's fine. All right. You're the mother of 2 children, ages 2 and 6, and you're seeking shelter. You call the hotline and disclose that you need shelter because your live-in boyfriend recently attacked you. A few days ago, you fled your parents' house, but yesterday you saw your boyfriend's car driving up and down the street. You thought about a protective order, but you don't know much about them, and you're not sure how much good it would do. You're terrified for yourself, your kids, and your parents, and want to get away from him. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can see people.
Clients call the advocate.
Yeah, just to make it easier for now. We should have done it the other way, but so they could practice. But yeah, clients call your advocate.
Can you put it back up for when we call though?
Yes. Yep. Okay.
To be clear, we call them now.
Yes, please call them now. How'd it go, Anne?
Well, it obviously went way too short.
No. No.
It didn't go great. Didn't go great for me anyway. I didn't think I did a terrible job because I just got all anxious about it. And everything went out of my head. And so something came up like about how we, we were talking about the, protection order. And I did, so I realized I had no idea how you go about getting, I had no idea how you go about getting one of those. Do you get it, do you go to the police station for it, or does Haven fill out the form? Or everything just went out of my head.
Yes, it's normal.
Kyla?
We'll process that a little bit when everybody gets back.
That was what I was just going to ask. Kyla, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. Are we supposed to, I just let it come back. So were we supposed to switch roles during that?
No.
Or we were going to come back
We'll
and
switch roles this time around.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Megan, can you, I can click through. Is everybody coming back? I see, it looks like Adrian's still busy.
Patricia, Nora.
Patricia, Nora.
Brittany.
Oh, I think
Brittany and Eli are still going.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you, Patricia.
Video itself is just staying there, not moving.
That sounds a little bad.
Sounds like she's underwater. Ooh.
So I'm going to stop sharing now so that I can see you all. We're getting towards the end here. Do you guys want to do one more role play? We can talk about this one and see what we have for time. And just so you know, we have the night staff available to us on Tuesday. So the majority of our time will be spent going over scenarios with them and role playing. And I will figure out before then how to make role playing less of a process. Because for some reason, it's been real hard to kind of, like, if we were in person, you guys would just like team up and do your thing. It's a little different over Zoom. But let's talk about how that went. I do want to process that with everybody who was able to do the advocacy piece and see how you felt about it. Anybody?
Well, one question that came up for us when we got to the part where I was asking Tracy if she wanted to accompaniment at the police station. I kind of got stuck on how are we going to know who each other are, first of all, and we were talking about wearing asking what the other person was wearing and stuff like that, but then also, like, do you say, are we meeting immediately, or are we, I guess it's up to that person, right? But then, like, if what am I trying to say, Tracy? What's the part I'm forgetting?
I don't think you're getting anything. I think what the question was, do you want to meet at the police station? And I said, yes. And you were like, can you meet like right now? And, that was pretty much, I was like, absolutely.
And then my question was, because I'm technically working remotely, so then
you might not be the one that to be there.
Call the shift supervisor and ask somebody else to.
Yeah, if somebody wants a police accompaniment, that is, you would take their information. Say if they were going to the police station to report and they wanted an advocate to go with them, and you were remote and not comfortable and not able to do an in-person accompaniment, you would let them know it probably wouldn't be you at that point. And then you would call your shift supervisor. So for you, that would be like Erin, or right? You're Erin's, right? Yeah. And then she could kind of track someone down from there to go. But you can be like, what color is your shirt? So that you can have that information to pass along to whoever might end up meeting her or him.
Oh, Kate was right on then with that response.
Yeah.
Probably won't be me, but it will be somebody. There will be somebody there to meet you.
Yeah. And that's always the safe thing to say, really, because you don't want to be like, I'll be there. I'll be the one with you. And then something comes up and you can't. So, I mean, it's always safe to kind of say an advocate will be there. I'm not sure who right now, but they'll be there.
Yeah, that's a great point, because I wasn't sure if advocates were able to accompany people to the police station just to make reports. And so I didn't offer that support, but we did talk about, because it's Sunday, and so we talked about emergency protective orders, and then tomorrow doing like a temporary restraining order. And so, yeah, I guess I'm wondering, like, if they wanted an advocate to go with them today and tomorrow, like, are those options?
Yeah. So on a Sunday, so if you were the volunteer on a Sunday afternoon and somebody wanted to go to the police station and file a report, what you would do is say, yes, someone can meet you. If we have an advocate available, someone can meet you there. And then you would call your night staff. And this is really important. Like, never, ever, ever go anywhere unless another staff member knows you're going, just for safety's sake, because we don't want you guys out there and us not know it and like call us after, be like, oh, it's just the PD, and we don't have a clue. Like, if something would have happened, we wouldn't have known to reach out to you to check in, like if things were going long. Because often if you go to the hospital or on an accompaniment and it starts to go long, your supervisor is going to reach out and be like, hey, is everything okay? Do you need anything? Just because we don't want you to feel like you're alone out there. So great point that yes, we could meet them on a Sunday afternoon if they wanted to file a report. But at that point, you would make a plan for a time, and then you would call your night staff and be like, hey, somebody wants accompaniment to the police station. And then at that point, you would decide who would go. But you would always, always, always on nights and weekends, if that were the case, call your night staff or your staff backup. Because usually you're on with like 2 other people who are behind you to give you support, and that you can reach out to anytime.
So in my, like when me and Kristen were talking, I just kept getting confused with the differences between the orders, like the temporary and the emergency, and what the longer term one is and how we would go about that one. Because she asked me, she was like, okay, what happens after like the emergency thing runs out? And I was like, oh my gosh. And then, so I went to like, oh, we have like legal help we can like offer, like, because you said something about having lawyers like that work, like that do it like either for like lower costs or sometimes for free. We can connect you to maybe some lawyer services that know more about this. But like, we definitely should know a lot about those questions. But I was like, is that in our resource guide or?
Yes, there is information. And I want you guys to know that there will be times when you're first starting that you do forget, and you're so nervous you can't remember things. That's okay. And it's okay to say, oh, I'm not sure about the answer to that question. Can I call my supervisor and call you back? So if that were to happen, don't feel bad at all saying, hey, I'm not sure how to answer that question. Can you give me 5 minutes and I will call you right back? And usually they're like, sure. And at that point, you can call your supervisor or another staff member or your night staff and be like, I totally forgot.
Also, is it appropriate?
And they can walk you through that process.
To on the phone be like, oh, just give me a second. I'm going through like a resource guide to find you the best information. Like that's
Yes.
appropriate behavior. We're okay to do that.
Absolutely. I do that all the time. I'll be like, I have a resource for you. I just need to track it down really quick.
Okay.
And it can be awkward, like while you're thumbing through or on Google or whatever. But people are, for the most part, really patient with you, and like you're helping them. So they're really grateful, really, even if they have to wait like a couple minutes for you to track down what you're looking for. But it is okay. Like, everybody in the beginning is nervous, and you forget even like things you feel like, oh, I should know that. So don't be hard on yourselves. And it's always okay to be like, I don't have the answer to your question. I can ask around and call you back, you know, in an appropriate amount of time, depending on what the question is. That is definitely okay to do.
To answer your initial question, Kelly, the difference between emergency orders and temporary restraining orders, the emergency is put in place by the police during the hours when the court is not open, so nights and weekends.
And holidays.
And the temporary and holidays. And the temporary restraining order is filed for by the client at the courthouse during business hours. And that, not to be confused, more confusing, but then a month later there's a hearing, and then it becomes a full permanent protective order. But the emergency order only lasts until the end of the next business day because it's a stopgap.
Yeah.
And the temporary lasts for a month. Is that correct then?
Correct.
1 month.
Yeah.
And the permanent lasts for a year.
Correct.
Yes. Yep.
So protective order and a restraining order are basically the same thing.
Same thing.
Right.
Same thing.
Okay.
Yep. They're interchangeable.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? How'd that go?
I thought that I was with Bree, and she did such a great job, like validating me and kind of like de-escalating how like intense I felt. You know, giving power to me, asking me what my greatest concern was, which was really, you know, one of the things, and kind of just running through my options with me while keeping like a really calm, grounded tone. So I was impressed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I really thought, so I was with Adrienne, and like the photo where it's like the whole jumble of yarn and then it all gets like evened out, that was me, because I was going all over the place, and she was like, okay, well, let's start here, and like worked me through and got me to a place where I was like, okay, I'm gonna go get a protective order, and it was great. I loved it.
Great. Anybody else?
I feel like I did better with this role play than the last one that I did. Sorry, I'm a little dark. I'm literally right in front of the window. You know, I made the mistake of telling her that a Haven associate would meet her at the police station, but then didn't take her details and then what time she'd be there.
We already have the phone number from the answering service at that point.
Yeah, at that point you'd have the foot, and you could call back and be like, oh, sorry. That is funny though. I just want you guys to know that like advocacy is not about perfection. It's like, and when you're in the moment, there are times even now, like, and I've been doing this for 5 years, I'll get off the phone and I'll be like, oh, I should have mentioned A, B, or C. And that's okay. Like, I really think the most important thing you can remember as an advocate is that no matter what you did, and even if you forgot to tell them something and educate them about something really that seems really important, you were there for them, which is really the most important piece. You listened to them, which is, again, one of the most amazing things we can do for people. And they can always call back. So if they get off the phone with you and they're like, oh, I'm still not clear about where to go for, it's 5 o'clock on Friday. Like, I'm not sure how to get that emergency restraining order. They can call back again. So always remember, they have the ability to reach out to us over and over again, no matter how many times they need to. And that you can always reach out to your backup, whoever you're on with, and ask questions and call a client back with the answer. So you don't have to be perfect. Nobody expects you to be perfect, ever. So I think you all did. It sounds like you all did really well. And I'm really impressed with you guys. Just even the way you answer like the scenario questions, and just remember that like you'll get less and less nervous as time goes on, and it'll just become a little easier. It's never always easy, but there are times where you're like, wow, that was really good. I've remembered everything. And then there will be times that you don't remember everything, and that's okay too. So don't be hard on yourselves. That was a long way of saying don't be hard on yourselves. So we could do one more role play. I know it's 3:05, and I know we promised to get you guys off as quickly as possible at the end of a day. So we could do another role play. We could switch roles with your partner, or we can end it and I can send it out and you can do that with the other role plays I sent. We can take a vote, I guess. I don't know. What do you think, Megan?
It's 3, so it is up to you all. Yeah, I think some nods. Raise your hand if you want to do it now.
Yeah. Why don't we, you know what, I will send you the next role play and you can add it. I know that would be one extra one, but I'll send it to you and you guys can team up with your teammate and figure out which ones you want to do, or if you want to do both of them, that is fine too. Are you guys all okay with that? So we can let you go and you can get outside. All right, so I will send you an email in a little while and you'll have till Tuesday to get everything done. And if your partner and you cannot cross paths, it's okay too. But Tuesday night should be pretty easy and straightforward. You're going to meet our night staff, who I personally love a lot because they're fantastic people, and I supervise them. So I kind of have favorites, but whatever. Anyway, so you'll get to meet them. They're wonderful, and we're going to revisit, just so you know, we are going to revisit the shelter scenarios with them, because I think they will have some great insight for you guys on those, and how those really feel in the middle of the night. So anyway, they'll be with us, and thank you guys. That was a long day. You guys are amazing, and I think you're all going to be fantastic advocates. And enjoy your day, and thank you.
Guys, enjoy the rest of your
Good job, everyone.
Bye, guys. I'm going to stop recording.